Good morning. Today is 14th of May 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Randwick, Kensington. Now, the outer track is the Royal Randwick and the inner track is the Royal Kensington. It's a smaller track, but the last finishing mile is the same, which is 410 meters. The ground rating today is heavy, and we've got about 9 races today here, and we'll see what we can do. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets and then place. We make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant and make decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is this is called RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers when they're officially out. We'll see if we got the feed.
Yeah. And Kiwi Spirit ran down King Boom, so that's a good form reference. Definitely Perobo, in particular on that trial, comes here full of enthusiasm, I would think. And then I've got number 11 in actually for fourth. I may have put the 1, but I've got number 11 in for fourth, and that is Akuma. I did have some excuses first up.
I am with King Boom. For me, it was top 2 in the market. Do I want to go the horse that's had a run back this preparation and toughened up a little bit, which he was. He probably did a little bit too much work in the early stages of that race, and middle stages as well. Forced to, he had to work to secure to get across. And Kiwi Spirit was there to pounce late, so. We all know they were
6279
second up Tony's, don't they? So he's on top for me. Did love the trial of this Peroto, and I love the draw. He's been blessed with good draws. He's had 2 starts in Victoria for Barrier 1 both times and Barrier 3 here today. So, but yes, it's a really nice trial. I get the feeling that they're likely to run slightly on the quiet side though, and King Boom should be off and gone. Easy Love is in the mix for me. Debutant from the Van Dyke stable, and Snitzond is in the mix there. Unfortunately, drawn a poor barrier. The other one I was contemplating was Private Equity, who I know has been disappointing, but I think does have some talent there. All right, let's move on to race number 5 on the card now. This is over 1,500 metres. It's a benchmark 68 handicap, and your favourite is Quothquan.
The horse, Quothquan, 250 on tab fixed odds. Always seems to be pretty firm in the market. We bet as much as 330 about this fellow, and no deductions. So 250, and he is the most popular runner, but not an overly strong betting race. In fact, he's been back to the exclusion of all other runners. Rashford's at 480, New Joy's at 5 and Hard Delay, 200 Refuse at 5, Twife at 16. Bit of Blarney is an $18 chance. So yeah, Quothquan best backed in this early stages of betting, but not an overly strong betting race.
Yeah, I mean 1,500. I mean, he's sort of one of my boys, but his win strike rate's starting to become a bit ordinary, isn't it? 1,500, I think, is as far as he wants.
Yeah. Look, I'm a little bit the same. He's had some half decent runs at the mile, but you're right. 1350, I reckon, is the sweet spot.
Here he is, 1,400 metres last start. This is after winning here over the 13.51 here. He beat Hermanita, who's going really well. This day, Tabs, going like a superstar. And he battles on well for fourth. You've got Shehab and then Scar, who has since raced well. The three that beat him home.
It's Saturday.
Smart. Yeah,
Saturday.
Yeah. And we know he's a Saturday horse. He's always given a top 3 or 4 chance on a Saturday. The Cockburn. I just think with Kobe Vidler's claim today, 3 off 59, good draw, every possible chance to run it out.
Yeah.
And he likes it here. He's 2 stars for 2 wins. Rashford was good first up over slightly shorter. In the running line, gave him a start to the outside, was okay. I think second up from a better draw and up to 1,500. We'll see Rashford run a lot better. Twyford loves it here, and he's been finally seen. Sorry?
1,500 for him?
Yeah, it's probably the outer limits, but he's very, very fit. He likes it so much here, and often he's got to work hard in those 12s and 13.50s, but I think today it should be cruisy for him, should help him. And New Joy, she was great first up into Toowoomba at $10. I thought it would be a bit sharp for her, but she worked overtime and won it impressively. Whether she's still got the dash second up, I'm not sure, but she's come back in good order.
She has, and I like the fact that she's straight to 1,500. We saw her a winner of the 2,000 metres at Doogan last preparation. So for me, it's between those top two, Quothquan and New Joy. I want to give Quothquan another go here. He does like Ipswich.
Yeah.
He does race really well here. I think the temptation to ride this horse handy should be ignored.
It's where he wants to be.
It's where he's happy without digging him at all. I mean, I think something like Too Hard to Refuse, maybe if it's Twyford, Speed Map could be there.
Yep.
I think the temptation to just lob into that second, third spot should be ignored. 1, 4, 7 and 5. All right, let's go to race number 6 on the card now. This is a Class 4 handicap. It's also over the mile and 80, and the favourite here is Texas Fireball.
390 about Texas Fireball and La Cometa, so they're the same price, but there's more money on La Cometa compared to Texas Fireball. And then we've got Super Shield 650, Cape Crusader 750, Downey 750, Misting 950, Tyndrum Gold 14, heads the others. So as I said, most popular runner is La Cometa, slightly more money on it compared to Texas Fireball.
Oh, interesting. La Cometa was also in on Saturday, so obviously not going that way.
Finds the right race, I think, today. Yeah, 3-year-old fillies are interesting here. Misting is the other one down the bottom, the 3-year-old filly. La Cometa, she's going to find the going a little bit easier. This was Filia winning the Princess Stakes at Eagle Farm. You'll see that she comes a bit of a bump. She sort of holds the ground okay here. Against some nice 3-year-old fillies that are headed towards the Oaks. But I do think back to a Class 4, barrier 2 with only 54 kilos on her back. Like she's sort of staying on all right here, late.
Yeah.
And I think it's a wise move rather than run against the elite, back to midweek here. Give her a little bit of a confidence boost. She hasn't had a lot of luck this time, in particular with the draws. Some of the barrier draws have been very awkward for her. But today, everything is spot on. I've got Misting in. Can't catch her. She's hard to catch.
She's been holiday.
Yeah, she has, but I thought the trial was only fair, but it was on a heavy 9. No, a catch weight, so she carried a bit of weight.
Yes.
I think the improving track conditions today, just into the soft range, should be okay for her. Texas Fireball, well, he ran second. He's got to find the right race, but when you analyse it, Express Payment, who won it, really did throttle them right back. And it was impossible for anything to beat him. It was like a track work gallop where Texas Fireball gave Express Payment 2 lengths start at 600. They said go. Well, he couldn't catch him. He did, to his credit, eat into the margin very slightly. And then Canadian Express, a newcomer to Michael Morrison stables, I thought was really good at Warwick last time, and can pay to follow.
I'm playing the 3 here from Mark Curry's stable, Downey, who comes out of, what was a bit of a tough race for him last start, that one of those sort of Saturday Class 3s, wasn't it? Piraeus was the winner.
Yeah. It was on the rails, sort of held up, for a little while.
Yeah, and then I think he lost the urge.
Yeah, it's all over.
It's all over. Yeah, so I'll give him another go. Obviously, his Toowoomba form has been terrific. He needs to step that out. But what I most like about this horse here today is the massive 5.5 kilos that he is down in weight with Cody Collis to ride today. So I'm playing the 3 to beat Misting. I think she's potentially the best horse in the race. Tindrum Gold and Super Chilled, 3:13, 1 and 2. All right, let's move on to race 7 on the card. This is the Bat Out of Hell. Of course, this year it is now over 1,100 metres, and Little Wanda Rocks is the hot favourite here.
230 about Wanda Rocks, 350 best price we bet, but as you mentioned from the top, this race knocked a bit about by scratchings. Now $2.30 and holds about 30% of all bets. About 1/3 of all money is on Wanda Rocks, but it might start a bit longer than the 230. Natuno's at $4.60. And there's good money for Natuno. Then we've got Flag Hall, $6. Avoni's been hard to lay at 7. The Lucky Aliens at 9.
Right, this is the first one here today at Randwick, Kensington. If you look through the odds, that's 6, 2, 7, and 9. 6 is the favorite, then 2, 7, and 9. 9 is the linear, right? Now, if we look through the rails, 6 comes here. It's difficult from this place to climb up. It is not going to be easy. And if we look through the pressure line, then this is one of the ambitious horses, because the accuracy is not as good as any of this. Is the worst accuracy, and that's the favorite. It has one race only. The pressure is 55. Here, if we look through the pressure line, then 6 comes in middle, 9 is the highest, and the lowest is 12. So 12 is a check. And the best jockey is definitely on 9. It is the linear. The management is good. There's a lot of stuff going on, but the accuracy is highest on 12, and out of all this, the lowest is 12. That's the first thing. Second is, again, if we go through this, then we have this EW. We have this EW, which is here, and that's 32, 32. This also has one race, did not win anything. That's coming from gate number 2, which is tailing this. If the jockey is smart, then probably there's a possibility. So that's that. And eight is very much within the rails. So that's the linear. 31, this is 32, 31, 32. So that 132 is sure. Then you have another 32 here. One, two, three. So, um, the 6 is here. It's the second linear. Okay, it's the second linear, and we've seen the linear. If the linear is not within the rails and it is somewhere here, it becomes very difficult for the linear to climb up. It's the second linear, which is the last here. It is not going to be easy for 6, that's for sure. The 12 is a check, that's the lowest pressure on. The 9 is the linear, which is the highest pressure, has got 2 races. That's that. This is that. The west hand is this one, which is 2, which is the EW. So we'll check how this thing plays, the first one, and the ground reading is heavy. The ground reading is heavy, and if that happens, the that one is a check in that case. It's 31, 0, 33. Eight, 7. We'll see how it plays, the first one, because it doesn't look like it is they have handicapped this on the basis of a heavy ground. It has been handicapped on the basis of a normal good 4, because the kind of amortization which has been done, this is something that I'm referring to Doomben. If we remember what happened at Doomben, that was amortized for a wet track. This one probably is not. A wet track amortization is assigning a lot more weight on these horses. So this doesn't look like that, but then this one is anyway a check, because this is within the rails, and they are also tailing. So chances, we'll see how it works, but that's the highest accuracy, lowest weight, lowest pressure, and it's a 1400 meter. It's a BB. This one is also a BB, which is the EW. 3, 2, 7, 8, and 12, 10, 9, and 1. That's more or less what I'm getting. The highest outer drift is here. That's not the highest actually. The highest is here. That's gate number 4, right? That's also 31, 0, 31, 0. But this thing is, this guy is tricky. They have not been to this track, which doesn't matter because it's a 410. So that's that. That's the highest drift. That's the highest inner. That's the highest outer. 13, 12, 13, 3, and 4. 10 is the EW, which has got 1 race. 13 has 3 races, but they kind of love that. But that's more or less what we have. We'll see how it works. This one is the lowest on pressure line, and this is definitely advantage, which is working. Two, 39, 31, 32. This is way too much advantage on 10. This is way too much advantage on 10 for a horse like that. 31, 6, 9. So yeah, we'll see how it works.
Improvement also coincided with getting out to 1200 metres in that heat. It was slow overall time. He's probably more of a prospect for next campaign and over a touch further, but hopefully he's hitting the line here.
He parades beautifully. The coat is in gorgeous condition. Every single one of Richard Lett's runners, though, always have an absolutely beautiful coat on them. They're always turned out to perfection. He's striding along nicely. It is quite warm here in the Kensington yard, but he's keeping it together. He looks nice and fluid with his movement.
Mark Antonio is horse number 4, David Payne, Keegan Latham.
Showed plenty of improvement from his first trial to his second, so that's encouraging. In the latest, he went to the line with stablemate Hereward, so he came out and franked that form in a big way by running so well at Hawkesbury on debut. So this horse is drawn a touch awkwardly, but I would respect any market confidence. At this point, he's just holding his quote at longer odds.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting to try and find his spot in the parade ring here. Obviously, the parade in number order, but it doesn't seem to be worrying him at all. He's not getting hot or silly, or maybe they're just making a gear adjustment there. I can see the strapper just having a fiddle with the reins. So I'm not sure if something's happened there with perhaps the reins, but the horse himself looks to be very happy and okay.
Ripley is the 6. This is our favourite, 340, and got into 310. He's back out to 320 now. Jason Collett, here him up.
Yeah, the market identified him as the horse to beat from the get-go, didn't it? There's been good support for him all the way through. So did find a couple too sharp there on debut at Canterbury, but I like the way that he worked home into 30, ran good time. There were margins throughout the field. We've seen Secure, who won that race, come out and win thereafter, winning a benchmark 72 and was a $2.20 favourite. So even the 4th horse has since come out and won in Country Company. The barrier is a touch tricky, but maybe this track, you don't want it to be towards the inside, so we'll keep an eye on that.
He's getting a little bit warm between his legs. He's getting a bit up and about on his toes, but he has the 2 handlers on him, which they're doing their absolute best to keep him calm. It seems to be quite successful. I'd say that looks-wise, he's ready to step up over a slightly longer distance. He's a slightly longer type. He's got a nice long stride, and I think using his body over this distance will suit.
7 Solid, Tyler Schiller for Team Hawks, $7.50 into $6, so in a point and a half there.
He ran off his feet in a truly run 1100 metre race on debut at Randwick. That was in Saturday company, and there was some late support for him at bigger odds on that occasion, $26 into 16. So couldn't quicken with those that fought out the finish, but he was really strong through the line. So stepped straight out to the 1400 metres at start number 2.
He's cool, calm and collected, this gelding. He doesn't seem to be phased whatsoever. He's wandering around this yard, happy as Larry. He's got some nice muscle definition. I think name like nature with this fella. He's definitely not lacking any bone through those legs. He's got a lovely deep chest on him as well.
9, Just a Journey, Tommy Berry, Michael Friedman.
Beaten a length by Is It Spectacular on debut at Warwick Farm. That was over the 1,300 metres. Well back late on that occasion. Went straight to the front at Kembla Grange thereafter at start number 2 and led all the way, holding down a half-length margin. So subsequent form through that race didn't really stack up in the Clarendon. So I don't know what she beat on that occasion, but she's got good racing style in that she can make her own luck.
She has clearly come through these runs incredibly well. She is so fit. Her muscles are just popping through there. There's not an ounce of fat on her. She's got the red earmuffs on, but she hasn't seemed to have turned her hair.
Angel Feet, the 10, James McDonald, Chris Waller.
Tongue-tied first time, so not there to see him out sprinted on debut over the 1,250 metres. When you look into his pedigree, he's a son of Al Mansour out of an O'Reilly mare. So that was behind Beedman. Nothing wrong with that as a form reference. He just couldn't get form. So 1,400 metres suits better. I do want to see him again. He might be more of a derby type of 3-year-old.
He's nice. I think there could be some progression to come through him. Parade-wise, there's no knock on him, but potentially next time we see him out, he might be a touch tighter.
Okay, we're on to 11, A Daylight Can Wait, John Thompson, Alicia Collett.
Pedigree says that she'll stay as well. So you look at her half relations, Investment, Honeycara, and Meals Star. They went out to 2,000 metres plus. So has looked one paced in her trials, beaten big margins. We'll look and learn with her on debut.
I think this is a similar situation to the prior horse. I think that this is the type of filly that we're going to see her progress as she goes through the runs. She might just tighten up and tuck up slightly.
Jenny Vaughan Bockers is the 12, Kieran Maher, Ash Morgan.
Looked to get a chance at Kembla Grange, went second to Just a Journey there last start. Did present like the winner in the straight, but was 4 weeks between runs. Maybe that told the last 50 metres. Maps to get the right run again. Does make the winner 1.5 kilos better off, and that form obviously ties in quite neatly here.
Well, you wouldn't know that it's got a little bit cooler here in Sydney lately because this horse's coat is absolutely glowing. You could do your makeup in the reflection of it. The dapples are coming through and she's parading impeccably.
And our final run at Serpico, the second of the David Payne runners, J4 to ride.
Yeah, I think he's a sneaky little player in this now that he's made the field. So he's run well in all 3 runs, despite being sent around at big odds on all 3 occasions. So with last out at Hawkesbury in the Clarendon, like the way that he kept closing, has formed through the right races around the right horses. So he's still doing a few little things wrong, but a lot of these are so early in their career. And now 4th up, hopefully he can jump, put himself in a spot, and I think he runs a race at odds.
Yeah, that could be the case. He is getting a little bit warm just under the saddle cloth there. You can see a little bit of the white froth coming through, and the same with behind the backs of his legs. He has just sort of got a little bit on his toes. He's throwing his head up a bit now. Jay Ford has got in the saddle, but I'm sure once he's out there, he'll settle.
Also heading out through the tunnel out onto the track, Ben Duckworth is with me from the Michael Friedman stable. Just a Journey, great win there at Kembla last start.
Yeah, she was extremely tough there. Sort of, we knew the set up to 1,400 was going to suit her, and she was able to sort of lead and dictate, but she was probably stuck a little bit vulnerable there at the straight. So she did it through pure toughness. She was sort of a sitting duck there, but she was tough enough to get to the line and win.
Okay, Kirsten, who do you like here?
It's Jenny Gone Bonkers on top for me. I genuinely thought that one of these colts would be the types that caught my eye, but what really caught my eye with this filly was just how incredibly well she looks like she's come through these races. Fitness-wise, the tick, and it was her coat that really caught my eye. She's got those dapples coming through, and as the weather gets cooler here in Sydney, I just wasn't expecting that, and she just looks fantastic.
Late numbers 13, 6, 1 and 9. This is a fair entree to what lies ahead for the rest of the meeting. $4.20 to field. So going with a roughie here, Serpico. There has been a bit of support for him. I think he's got a bit more talent than the form guide does suggest. 6, Ripley. He has been soft in betting, but I like that form reference around Secure. Is it spectacular? Has been well backed, and Just a Journey can slide across and make its own luck. 13, 6, 1 and 9 here, Anthony.
He's still the most popular runner, albeit just a little easy now, $4.40. That's basically the best price we've been throughout betting today. Is it spectacular? $5.50, and we laid solid, good support for solid, and at longer odds, Jenny goes bonkers if you're keen to play one outside of the favourite. Ripley's now $4.60, so we're really taking it on. Let's get to Darren for the first.
That is now the second pick. Is it spectacular? We finished down the course in the Champagne. His equal second pick with it as Philatelic moves in, was able to win on a heavier wild last time in a small field, leading all the way. Now here's Solid going in, and David Payne with 2 in the race, both in his colours. Mark Antonio with the red and blue cap goes forward. The other being Serpico has the white cap. So they're locked and loaded now. The light is on. They're ready now for the first of 9 on the Kensington track, and the gates are back. They're off. Philatelic Dawdle out of the gate, 3 or 4 lengths last, and Just a Journey given a rev up out of the gates and is going to the front. The favourite Ripley moves to second from Is It Spectacular, and Jenny Gone Bonkers will plonk down in 4. Solid out wide going forward on the outside is Serpico, Don Octavio, then Can Angel Feet. Gapped in the field then to Mark Antonio from Daylight Can Wait, and Philatelic is the last one. So Just a Journey repeating the tactics of last time and is looking to lead all the way. The favourite sits on the outside, Ripley. Jenny Gone Bonkers, and Is It Spectacular do the chasing. Now the well-supported solids on a 3-wide path, no chance of getting in. Serpico underneath at Angel Feet there on the fence. Further back to Don Octavio from Daylight Can Wait. Back second last now is Mark Antonio, and Philatelic pulled wider out to try and put itself into the race. Just a Journey leads around the turn. Just a Journey narrowly from Ripley the outside. Is It Spectacular under the pump? Then Jenny Gone Bonkers and a gap back to Solid. Just a Journey showing a bit of a kick here. At the 200 and Just a Journey a length and a half clear. To Ripley, Jenny Gone Bonkers. Is It Spectacular's had enough. Angel Feet making some ground, but Just a Journey nicely clear. Ripley's holding down second. Just a Journey won the start and wins the race. Just a Journey led all the way. Jenny Gone Bonkers got
9-12.
second in front of Ripley, and Angel Feet running home into 4th. A gap then to Is It Spectacular, followed by Mark Antonio, Don Octavio, Philatelic. Further back to Serpico from Daylight Can Wait. The well-supported Solid, well, 3 wide the trip, but are still run a clear last.
Just a Journey, too good here. She's able to lead from pillar to post there. Tommy Berry riding for Michael Friedman. She adapted the same type of tactics that she did at Campbell last start and improved the winning move. She defeats Jenny Gone Bonkers, who has finished nicely in second spot. Third is the stablemate Ripley, and you'll find 10 Angel Feet has finished in that 4th spot. But a nice win there from Just a Journey. Brad?
Yeah, too professional. I was really straight to the front, stacked them up and gave a nice little kick. So it was very much an on-speed dominated race, something we'll have to monitor for the next couple. The jockeys still wanted to get away from the inside, but you didn't see too many horses make up much ground. So she took good benefit from that last start victory, pricked her ears and just did everything too well.
So what happened is the 9 was the linear which went through with that pressure. 36, then this one, then this one. It just had one race and there was a lot of hope. It's a good horse, there's no doubt. And then 10 definitely is the 4th one, which was the EW. So that's what happened. We'll go to the next. We'll see what's going on with the next. Two, 3, 6, and 10 scratched. 4, 1, 11, 7. Lee, welcome back, Lee. All right, this is the second one here, at Randwick. If we look at the odds, that's 4-1, 11 and 7. 4 is the favorite, then 1, 11 and 7. We look through the rails, we get 11, 1, 7. 4 is here. That's how it is. Okay. The pressure line is like that. Now 1 happens to be the linear again. Here the linear won with a 67. That was a 36. But here the linear is like it got just 1 race. That's a lot of pressure. And then there is this one, which is also a 33 with a 16. This one is a neutral. Now, the problem with this one is this is definitely the claimer jockey on this. This is definitely the claimer jockey, which is a claimer jockey, again a neutral, which we had a very, very strong hit yesterday from a neutral. So I'm very much scared, but this jockey is a claimer jockey, though they're in very good hands, but it's not the best of the situations here. It doesn't look like that's something in a great position. The 4 is the EW, is one of the EWs. It's got advantage. It's got advantage, but it has no races. It has done nothing. I mean, this is the first time. It is all assumption, plus it is a colt. So only God knows what this will do. Here, definitely out of these two, 1 and 11, if we take the 7 out, which is a neutral plus a claimer jockey, then if we look at the pressure, then 11 has the lowest pressure with the highest accuracy. Here, the 12 came in second with that. The 9 won. Why? Because it was a linear and with a pressure which was okay, with a jockey which was okay, the best jockey, and it had 2 races to work with that pressure. Here it's a little less, 67, this is 66, but that was 36, this is 33, and it has 1 race. It's a linear, so definitely it'll get in, but winning looks slim. So 11 is the one which I mean, the 7 has lower pressure, but it is ridden by a claimer jockey probably. Let's take a look. 2. Seven. You're talking about 7. Lucia Kullet. No, it's not a claimer jockey, but it doesn't look like it's I mean, the handicapping is, this is probably the worst handicapping on this 7 for the jockey. That's 38. This is a very good jockey that's there. That's a very good jockey which is here. But here, if we look at the pressure on the jockey, that's pretty much high than these two. This is definitely the lowest pressure on this jockey, but it's got just 1 race. The horse pressure is pretty much huge, so The jockey pressure is okay. The horse pressure is huge. I don't know if the horse will deliver because it's got just one race. The other one is here, which is the lowest, but it's a neutral. We've seen a neutral doing disasters yesterday. So that's 11, which is definitely one of the checks. So that's gate number 5. This comes handy. This is gate number 6. And that's that. Gate number 6. So -17, and this is -29. 26, 36. This is well within the rails. This is not. It is not going to be easy. It'll get there, but it will not be easy. So what are the other possibilities that might happen if we look through this? In 30, this one has more advantage definitely, which is gate number 7. There's a 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. This is the EW. Both of them are EWs. Both of them are EWs. 10 and 3. These two, 66 and 16. This one, the problem with the 7 is the jockey. That's all. That's all. 1 is the linear, which is 33, but it's got one race, and that's a lot of pressure on that horse. So these two are probably not in the scene. Chances are this thing has 0 race. It's in very good hand, probably Chris Waller, but difficult from that position. And we look through the drifts. That's the highest drift, which is gate number 2. 23, 30, 18. They are also all tailing gates. That's the largest. It's got 2 races, it did nothing. The accuracy is 18. Here, these two, 5 and 12. These two are pretty much there, but no races. So there's nothing on those lines. But this 4 is the favorite, which is the EW. 11 is the one which is the neutral. 10 is the linear. I mean, 1 is the linear. So 1 is like 1 race. This one has 2 races. That's that. The advantage is more here. So this one is a neutral. This one is not. I'm again going to stay out and watch. I like the 11, by the way. If we find this 11, I mean, the only problem is here what happened. That was 9 minus 2. 2.5 and 1.5. Here that's So all that may happen. I like the 11. If we find this thing clean, I'll go an EW on 11. Let's see.
But he sort of went across to the rails and put up a big margin.
Yeah, really, really good. 36.39, the final 600 there, and a total of 145.08. She won by
Araman, welcome back.
and it was 2 1/4 lengths
Ipswich.
to the third horse. So look at this. Tony's busy getting the jockey interview first. This could be a long, drawn-out process.
3124.
An interview here. A little bit of light rain falling. We are on a soft 5, so it doesn't look like
3124.
that we're going to get too much more.
You got both 3-1.
No, I wouldn't think so. We've got a jockey out there on the track with his stick. I wonder who that is. It's
I
always.
think it's Damien Thornton.
Oh, is it? Yeah, he often goes out. Yep. It's one that usually heads out there. So we'll have to check out his rides today. He's pretty keen to get a winner or two by the looks of it. Anyway, this interview is continuing, so Tony's about to send it off to Kieran.
Maybe Tony could send that interview to Sky and they get it out before Kyle will get back here.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle, let's have a chat. How was your chat with Tony?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, nice.
We were thinking you could have sent it to Sky before you got back here and we could have played it out.
Sometimes your post-race talk to Tony aren't so good, so I'm glad this one was all right.
Well, that's always a plus. Obviously, Kieran Ma, the trainer of this girl, and the mother won a Group 1 Doomben Cup, so it's good for her to win a Metro Mate.
Yeah, by a done deal out of Canada. She's bred in the Purple Intin. Thought she'd want to be winning a race like that, but she's done it quite well. She's on the way to the start. She surprised me out green. She still is. So, no, the team done a really good job finding the right race for her and give her plenty of confidence. And she won how she liked. So it was a nice win, and she hopefully go on.
Well, future success probably revolves around being able to run further.
Yeah, and she will. She did that last start, and I think this is just the right race. And probably would have been ideal if it was 2,000 because the strongest part of the race was late. So, no, she was good.
Well done.
Thank you.
There he is, Kyle Wilson-Taylor. I'm sure Ange gave him a few tips on combo there, Maxie, as she did ride her last 2 starts. So 3Bs 1, 2 and 4. Anthony?
Okay, we'll leave it there. So the favourite getting the job done there in the first at Ipswich. When is it going to return to scale there? So 3, 1, 2 and 4. Convo 160 paid on the local tote. Okay, we'll leave it there. We're going to go back to Kensington after this short break. Okay, we're heading to Kensington for the second. Inquisitor has been well backed here. Inquisitor 270, Herewoods at 370, Colgin 460, but bit of a wrap on this debutante before. Let's see how it pans out with the team on track we go at Kensington.
Thank you very much for that, Anthony. Yes, horses are in the yard here for race number 2. Brad, just touching on the time from the previous race.
Yeah, encouraging, Shani. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, last 600, 35, 8, 3. That suggests that we're probably closer to a soft track than a heavy track. So we'll see what they do here. Another run over the 1400 metres, but that's certainly encouraging. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us get an upgrade.
Interesting. All right, let's kick it off with horse number 1, Hereward. 360 out to 380, back into 370. Jason Collett, David Payne.
He was great on debut. Sent around big odds, $41. There wasn't a lot of market expectation, but he very nearly pinched the Clarendon there at Hawkesbury. So he kicked up to lead from the inside and made the favourite Aerodrome really earn the win. So we know he handles the ground. He ticked off the heavy track box on that occasion. He's got speed, a slide across to offset the draw, and that's no disadvantage off what we saw in the first race, where it was dominated by those that settle on top of the speed.
Has definitely come through that first race a lot fitter. There's a really nice rich colour running through his coat. He's moving nicely. He's a nice big type.
On to horse number 4 now, Inquisitor. This is our favourite, 219 to 270, James McDonald and Chris Waller.
Well, that money says that there's a lot of expectation around him here. So 2 trials for this Schnitzel colt, Coolmore owned, Chris Waller trained, James McDonald ride. So there's a lot in his favour as far as potentially kicking off a winner. He found the line sweetly in his first trial and wasn't asked to do a lot. He's most recent from the tail of the field.
Oh my goodness, he is such a nice type. He's big, he's balanced, he's free moving. I am not surprised that money has come from for this horse. I wasn't expecting him to look so fit, considering that he's only had 2 trials into this, but he is ticking every single box.
Tuto is horse number 5, Josh Parr, Richard Lett.
I think it's Winker's first time. They go on debut. So looking at his pedigree, he's actually a half-brother to Cap Farrar. Stable do hold him in high regard, but we will learn more after today. Pedigree and trial suggests that he'll be better over further and in time.
Yeah, considering that breeding, I am expecting plenty from this runner. He's a really lovely type. He's moving nicely. He's nicely balanced. He looks nice and strong.
7, Southern Prince, Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Alicia Collett.
Had his chance there at Newcastle last start, but did bump into a handy one in Beeman. He loomed to win the race and just peaked on his run. So fitted for that. On debut, he bumped into Peloton. So beaten margins in 2 career starts, but he has bumped into 2 very handy horses, and there has been some money for him today.
He seems to be a really cool customer. He's just wandering along here in the yard. He's got a nice big stride on him. He's clearly come through the run well. He's looking nice and fit.
All-Star is the second of the Chris Waller runners, Tommy Berry to ride, horse number 8.
I guess Blinker's first time, so the shades on just might sharpen him up a touch. There was good support for him in the last start at Canterbury, but he had no real run on. Now, Hidden Achievement, the stablemate, came out and franked that form line on Saturday, but what you would have liked to have seen from All-Star is for him to really attack the line, which he didn't. So he was 6 weeks between runs, maybe some excuse there fitness-wise.
He's a slightly different type if you compare him to the previous horse. He's a little bit more compact. He's got a lovely deep chest on him. You can see the muscle definition around his rear. He's walking nicely. He's not getting at all hot or silly.
9, I Am Carrot, Sarah Ryan, Andrew Atkins.
He's a half-brother to Rustic Steel, so another well-bred horse here. Had to drag the rest of the field up to Aerodrome and Hidden Motive on debut at Warwick Farm. He was sent around a $41 chance on that occasion. A touch weak late, but those form lines do tie in okay here, and he can only improve off that.
He's a sweet-looking thing, isn't he? He's marching around this yard. He's very much owning the parade ring. I'll give him that. I do like the way that he does use his body. You can sort of see a bit of a swing through his back legs, which I really like. He's driving through them.
Cold Gin, the 11, Ian Baker, Tim Club.
No match the winner at Canterbury last start, but the winner was quite impressive there, and the winner was a 3-year-old. So back to the 2-year-olds looks to suit. I thought she stuck on okay to hold down second out to 1,400 metres. Now had no luck on debut at Warwick Farm over the 1,200 metres. So timing-wise, she looks cherry ripe, 1,400 metres, and does map to get her chance.
And I would completely agree from the yard. There is not an ounce of fat on this runner. She's keeping it together with those red earmuffs on, walking nicely, using her body. And fitness-wise, I don't think she could get fitter than this.
A 12, Burn the Sky, John O'Shea, Tom Shotton, and Regan at Bayless.
And nothing wrong with the way that she has trialled up, particularly like the way that she's trialled up in her most 2 recent hit-outs. So she moved through the line quite sweetly there to win at Rose Hill. That was in really nice style. Then been a long way by Agarwood in a Randwick trial, but she wasn't asked to do a lot late. We know the form through that trial has been frank. So given there has been some support for her at longer odds, I'd be wary of a forward showing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect from this runner, considering this is kind of her first experience of the parade ring, but she seems to be keeping it together okay. Now Regan Bayliss has just jumped on board. She was getting a little bit warm under the stomach, but hopefully he can settle her nicely.
13, All Too Clever, John Thompson, Chad Schofield.
Yet to beat a runner home in 2 career starts. May have some upside getting out to the 1,400 metres, but is entitled to be longer odds given what we've seen to date, albeit it has been over 1,000 and 1,100 metres.
There's no knock on this horse, but I do think that we're going to see her improve as she gets further into her preparation.
And our final runner, my inspiration, Michael Travers and Molly Book.
She settled handy and faded late, went fourth to Stardom at Wagga last start. That was as a $101 chance, and again, she's big odds today.
She seems to be quite happy heading out there on the pony. She parades nicely, but she wouldn't be necessarily my on top.
Okay, I'm going to have a chat to Chris Waller, if you wouldn't mind coming over and having a quick chat to me. All right, Inquisitor, you know, I noticed you're scratching from Gosford, saved him for this. How is he?
He's well. Yeah, it's just a matter of giving him a good experience. I think Gosford he might have drawn a bit wide from memory. He's got a reasonable draw today. And obviously James McDonald aboard.
Where do you expect him to settle? Because he's been getting back in his trials.
Yeah, I said to James and Tommy exactly the same, trying to be just behind the speed, 4th, 5th or 6th, which is not easy from their draws. I think they're drawing 6 and 7, but the 2-year-old race...
Four getting tailed.
There'll be some gaps open up.
All-Star, you've put the blinkers on him. Do we expect to see a bit of improvement with them?
Yeah, he's very laid back, and that's the reason we've put them on and stepped him up the distance. So I think he's capable of improving. Having 2 race starts, I think it's a valuable thing for a 2-year-old.
I won't go through all of the runners because you've got so many. Is there anything particular that you like today? I'm not putting you on the spot or anything.
Race 3, number 2, Cunderbo, I think will run well. Race 6, number 4, Maori Chief was very impressive last start and on the same track. We've got 2 others in the race, they'll both run well, but he's my pick there. Race 7, I think number 7, Swelter will run well with James aboard. Race 8, number 4, Anderson Bridges had 2 really good runs back from the spell. And race 9, Bright Red, Pippi Beach, both working well. Bright Red's a lot shorter than Pippi Beach, and maybe go with Pippi Beach.
Thanks, Chris. I'm sure I'll be speaking to you later on.
There you go.
Kirsten, who did you like?
That was a really nice little wrap up there from Chris. Look, there were some really lovely types in this yard. I do think that there are some future superstars here, but with this race in particular, I think they might need the experience and run under their belt. So with that in mind, I've gone with something that's slightly more experienced, and that is Cold Gin. Just seems to be improving with each run and look to be the fittest runner in the yard.
Late mail numbers 1, 4, 12 and 11. Seeing is believing. Happy to trust that race form of Hereward. Great on debut. Gave Aerodrome a real run for his money there at Hawkesbury despite giving away race experience. Showed good gate speed, so should be able to carve across and make his own luck on top of the speed despite having drawn a touch awkwardly, at least on paper. I can't see too much resistance from those horses drawn to its immediate inside. So 4, Inquisitor. Might be playing with fire to be against this horse. This money has been relentless. Now $2.30. So just continues to firm up on debut. We know Chris Waller with his 2-year-olds this time of year can be pretty deadly. So that market says that he's to run really well here. Hard to get a confident line on his trials, but that market support says that there's a lot of expectation around him. Other than that, I thought Burn the Sky would run well on debut. A touch easy, but did bottom out at $9.50. There has been some support for longer odds throughout the week. I like the way that she moved in her trials. And Cold Gin, no real knock there. The market's taken a bit of a set against Cold Gin, but setup-wise, it does profile quite well. Maps to get the right run. Third up, and a filly still with some upside. So 1, 4, 12 and 11. $2.25 now for this favourite, Anthony.
Jordan's been throughout betting 225 and holds about 50% of all bets on this race. So he's probably entitled to be a touch shorter as well. He's been a very popular favourite. Hereward $3.90, Cold Gin $6.50, Southern Prince $7, and we have laid it. And Burn the Skies at 11, All Stars at 19. But it's all about Inquisitor. 225 now, as short as it's been throughout betting. Here's Darren.
I don't think so, Anthony. Inquisitor favourite here has been trialling really well. James McDonald booked and the money is on 230. And Hereward ran a really good race on debut at Hawkesbury. Just being run down late by a nice one potentially in Aerodrome. And Hereward the clear second pick at 390. Cold Gin's been very easy in the betting in the last few minutes out to 650. And Southern Prince solid at 7. So Cold Gin and the Derby jacket goes forward. and I Am Carrot is the last to move in. Red light is on now. The broadsiding at Darley handicap for the 2-year-olds. 2-year-old race in 2 divisions today. Visitor heavily backed in the Rotten Racing. Southern Prince missed the kick, and Inquisitor's going to settle second last. In the club colours, Herod was one of the first in the stride from Cold Gin. And moving forward, I Am Carrot deeper out. Over there on the inside in the red jacket is Burn the Sky, followed by All Star moving up, but it's caught 3 wide in the early stages. Further back to Inquisitor, who advances its position, but it's also caught 3 wide. They're followed down by All Too Clever down on the rails. Just there between runners. Pick it up in a moment. Back second last, Tuto on the outside of Southern Prince. So Herod got the front here and put right on the bridle by Collett. Herod in front by a half to Aim Carrot. All Star 3 wide in third, followed by Burn the Sky. On the inside at Cold Gin, then Inquisitor. They're followed by All Too Clever as they come up to the home centre. Half the outside to My Inspiration from Tudo and Southern Prince. So Herod leads around the turn from I Am Carrot. All Star Inquisitor pulls to the outside as they straighten up now. And Herod being cuddled in the lead by a length and a half. Now it's asked to go on with the job. Herod 2 lengths clear. To I Am Carrot, Burn the Sky, Cold Gin. Inquisitor still 5 lengths away. Herod giving a good sight though inside the 150. Burn the Sky, those really knuckling down on the inside. Burn the Sky moved up to Herod and Burn the Sky. Run away from Herod, and I Am Carrot in third. A gap back to All Too Clever, Southern Prince, then Tuto. Well, Inquisitor was 3 wide the trip. It dropped out. Cold Gin weakened out from My Inspiration, and All Star has dropped right out of it, and another good one for the bookies.
Number 12, Burn the Sky, John O'Shea and Tom Charlton with Regan Avalis. And this Zoo Star filly wins on debut here this afternoon. She pays well. In second spot, you'll find Herald, who led them up for most of the way. Looked home and hosed until Burn the Sky was too good over the concluding stages. 9, I Am Carrot has run much better here, second up. And in fourth spot, you will find horse number 13, which is All Too Clever at massive. Doesn't pay anything, but if you've had him in exotics, well done, because he pays $101. So the numbers here, Brad, will be 12, 1, 9 and 13.
Did a great job on debut. This 2-year-old filly, so had the 3 trials under her belt. A daughter of Zooster.
So that 12 won. It had no races, but twelve, 1, 9 and 13, 12, 1, 9 and 13. 13 because of the jock, that's all. 9. See what neutrals do. When they work and when they don't work, it only the horse god can tell us. 1592. Right, this is the third one here at Randwick Kensington today. If you look at the odds are 1592. That one is the favorite. So one is basically the second linear. That's a 300, 310. Now 5 goes through the roof, and that's there, but 9 is actually the linear. 9 is actually the linear. Now the drifts, this is the larger drift. This is not the larger drift. This one is the larger drift, which is there within the rails very much. That is probably there. The 2 is 27, but we have a 28, which is the EW here. And the best jockey probably is this one is all green. Now this is a 1400 meter. This 8 is all green, but that's a down drift for that horse. That's a 30. 47. 2 is better. Definitely it has climbed up. One. Okay, 934. 467. 52. 6. This is here. This one is a neutral. This is the 28. 50. Both of them are 30-30. This one has at least one race. This one doesn't have any races. There's one. Favorite is gate number 2, 1, AW. See, this one has just one race again. That one with that pressure came in. The 11 was a neutral. Moron did not do anything. So here we don't have a neutral. This one has 5 races. Okay. 333, 396. So this is definitely climb. This is a climb. But climb as in like on the basis of what? Just one race. And the kind of like that. The jockey pressure is huge, but that is not the best jockey. It's a pressure on the jockey that's there. It's not the best jockey. The management is good. The 9 is the linear. 9 is the linear. 7, and that's the highest drift. 7 and 6. That's the lowest pressure out of these 3 horses. Then we have this 33, which is with 0, which is 890. 31, 33, 5. That is also tailing. That is also tailing. But 6 definitely is a better horse with a better jockey, I think. This one is not. This is better. This is pressure. This is also pressure, but it's a better jockey. Seven and 6. And then probably 1 and 7. Or the 5 and 9. 7 is the EW. 25. I think it's 5. 6 difficult. 6 will be difficult. This is within, they work very differently when they are within the rails. This is something I haven't been able to figure out why the drifts work very differently when they're within the rails. I don't know, but I have seen that happening. So 9, the linear, the outer drift, that's anyway what happens. And then the advantage, probably then probably 1 and this one 7. That's the EW anyway. The question is, the danger is the 6. If that 6 we are able to negate, then we are good. 9, the 1 has 1 race with a lot of pressure. That's probably not a great idea. And the linear is good here. The linear is good. The jockey pressure is adequate. This is way too much. This is adequate. This one is 1 race. This is 5 race. 9. 9-5. Let's see.
G, a couple away then Forever Fortune, followed by Raffelli, who's coming off the big race. A length to Think Like Paddy, 1 pair Bellini, 1 Q-Jet, 3/4 Some Girls, and the tail end pair were Tulong outside of Headley Room. So the Gallipo's been genuine. There's no change in the order. They travel by the 600 metres and Tobias Smith in front. Chase and Lisa showing signs of distress, and Strong Bowling Delight running up inside of it, trying to come after this leader. Then came Handicapping, Forever Fortune. These back markers need to get a move on. Think Like Paddy was next, and Pear Bellini headed the others. The favourite straight is in front, that is Tobias Smith. Strong Bowling Delight is trying to get on terms, but currently Tobias Smith is still the leader. Think Like Paddy will run on strongly. Then came Forever Fortune. Tobias Smith in front. Strong Bowling Delight is trying to chip into the margin, but Tobias Smith has got the margin. Think Like Paddy coming late. Very fast. Think Like Paddy. First run for Matt Dunn, too strong. Beat Tobias Smith, Strong Bowling Delight, and 4th over the line was Forever Fortune. Then came Some Girls Pair Bellini, followed by Tulong Henley Rube, then Yoshi, Chase and Lisa, and the tail-end pair Raffelli and Kujan.
So Think Like Paddy has won. Damien Thornton having its first start for Matt Dunn at Mawilumbar, beating Tobias Smith, Strombley Delight in the middle, and a gap away 2 for Ever Fortune. So the strongest horse there, he's been able to finish strongly with So You Think 3-year-old. He's out of the Tavistock mare, so a nice middle distance pedigree, and that's been seen to the fore here as this leader for a long way, Tobias Miss, has just felt the pinch again. So she's performed well, but not much left in the tank the last 50 metres. And this guy was dropping back significantly in distance, 2,200 metres back in late March. So he can obviously stay over a bit of ground, and he was a little bit too strong for them in the run to the line. So there are the placings, 5, 7, 11 and 2.
Thanks, Paddy.
Like Paddy, prior to coming up to Matt Dunn, it had only the 6 starts for the 1 placing. But his strength at the end certainly has been able to win out Burnham.
Oh, yeah, the filly. All righty, let's have a chat with our winning trainer, Matt Dunn. Matt, new horse to your stable, Think Like Paddy, and obviously you could see the leader was stopping and Paddy was building that momentum.
Yeah, look, he's probably got that foundation fitness, hasn't he? He's sort of been racing over a fair bit further than this in Victoria before coming up to me, but no, I haven't done a whole lot with him since here. I gave him a jump out the other day, and he was pretty impressive in that, so I thought he'd come here and run okay. I just assumed it might be a bit short for him, but tempo
Lee,
went pretty quick.
we're still not at the paddock, Lee.
An opportunity to finish nice and strong late, so
Got a nice staying pedigree. Is that where you'll be heading?
yeah, probably. I think just watching some of his races in Victoria, he might have just want to overdo things a little bit mid-race when he got out to those trips. So we'll see how he comes through this, and we might just go to something over a little bit further next start and just sort of let him poke through his grades and find his spot with a bit of confidence. But I know he was good today, particularly like his last 200. He was nice and strong late.
Yeah, he certainly was. Now you've got a filly in the next race who I like a bit.
Yeah, she did great first up, didn't she? You know, she got a long way back and sort of didn't like the kick back much, but once she got some clear air, she was fantastic late. So I think she can probably run well today. Favourites probably hard to beat. You know, it's got the rating on the board pretty much. But no, look, if she can find a spot a bit closer hopefully today, then she'll be very effective.
Yeah, of course, her name is Shortcut. And I guess the question is, has she come on since that first up run? Did she, have some blossom after it?
Yeah, she has, absolutely. Very happy with the way she came through it, and it probably been the run focused her a bit. So that's what we're looking for. And as I said, just important she maybe gets herself a little bit closer, that's all.
Good on you, Matty. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, Bernie, we're just a little bit concerned about Ryan Maloney at the moment. He's sitting up, there's no drama, but he did get off his horse, Forever Fortune, just as they came into the mounting yard to unsaddle. And
Perhaps he's overheating, Maxie, probably wasting.
yeah, possibly. Yeah.
And it looks as though he feels quite unwell.
He wanted to get that vest off fairly quickly, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look. Damien Thornton, he might have gone inside. Let's have a look. I think we might have missed him, Maxie. Damien Thornton, busy chatting with the winning trainer there, Matt Dunn. And let's hope Matt's too on the next race. Shortcut can perform equally as well as Think Like Patty. As we come back to you, Anthony.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Good on you, Bernie. So I think like Paddy first up in Queensland, and he's come with a big run to get over the top of them there at Ipswich in the second. We'll leave it there. We're going to get to Kensington for their third. They're in the mounting yard. Charleroi, very popular favourite here. This is probably the best back runner all day. It's $2.30 currently with tab fixed odds. The way the money's been trending for this throughout the early part of the afternoon, it might start even shorter. Let's get to the team on track for the third at Kensington.
Thanks very much for that, Anthony. Yes, horses in the yard here for our third event, and Charleroi is our favourite. He's the first horse we look at here. Brad Chatscofield riding for Sarah Ryan.
He closed off really well here on the Kenzo on debut. That was over the 1,250 metres behind Maori Chief. He was by far the best of the closers. The runner-up has run well since. That's Gun Room. Settles closer from the draw. I like the setup out to the 1,400 metres, and I know off what he's debuted suggests in terms of him getting back in the run, but you look at what he did in his trials. He put himself right there in his trials. He actually jumped quite well on debut, but had to be dragged back from the gate. So importantly, draws better today, and he can settle much closer in the run.
You honestly couldn't ask this horse to parade in better form or come through that run in better form. He looks outstanding second up. Not an ounce of fat on him. He's not getting warm or silly. He's even got dapples down his neck, let alone his bottom. He looks fantastic.
2 is Kundabong, and now Chris Waller trains Adam Hieronymus to ride. He was a late scratching here after being freshest in the barriers, where they applied a brow band.
Yeah, so that sees him a little gap between runs, but he did a good job there to run second on debut first up, his second start, I should say, there in a sprint home at Newcastle. That was won by Damien. Now, he came from last. Now, it was a blanket go for the minors. There was less than a length from second to sixth, but I don't want to penalise him too much in that regard, given that there was a race shape that wasn't set up for the back markers, so has trialled well since. James McDonald does ride the stalemate, so if there's anything to be read into that, I'm not too sure. But listening to Chris Waller a touch earlier in the broadcast, he gave this horse a good enough push.
He looks like he's ticked over quite nicely. Just watching him walk here, he's got a really nice fluid movement on him. He strides out well, and he's just almost floating across the ground.
So long farewell, Kieran Maher, Jason Collett is horse number 3, and a tongue tie goes on him today.
Drawn the inside, he's got tactical speed, which might take him a fair way here. So had his chance on debut, went fourth on the Kenzo, settled outside the lead, out sprinted, and he held his ground okay through the line. So Charleroi did go straight past him in the straight, so he has a bit of a task in terms of turning the tables there. The market suggests as much, but out to 1,400 metres, that's a tick for him as well, and he can make his own luck.
His coat has turned ever so slightly here in the yard. He's just getting a little bit warm. He's marching along there. The strappers doing their best to keep this horse nice and calm, but he actually looks like he might improve as he gets further on into his preparation.
4, Unbridled Storm, Chris Waller, James McDonald, tongue tie on as well.
Yeah, wanted to hang out on debut here 3 weeks ago. It was never really tested, so it was a little bit inconclusive. Ordered back to the trials given his racing manners, and was given a pretty easy time there at Randwick. So James McDonald booked. Maybe that's a little lead in itself, but you are taking a leap of faith in terms of what we saw there on debut from this horse.
Yeah, I definitely can't knock this gelding. His attitude in the yard looks to be impeccable. He's just cool, calm, collected. He's walking along nicely. He's not getting silly whatsoever. Hasn't turned a single hair.
B12 is the 5, John Sargent, National Willer, Bubble Cheeker off today.
I've got a bit of time for this horse, but he's still very much a work in progress. So we've seen him on 3 occasions. He's got the benefit of 2 preparations under his belt now. Now, the last time we saw him at the races, he found himself in front. I think he got a little bit lost and didn't really finish off. So second and third from that race. Subsequently won their maiden. Nash got a feel for him in his most recent trial. He was a touch keen early. He was dragged back to the tail of the field and wasn't asked to do a lot late. So on talent, yes, it's just whether he still needs a few runs to work things out.
It might be a maturity thing, or maybe that's a bit harsh in saying, but he just seems like he's a little bit of a character. I'm watching him here in the yard, and he's chomping at the bit, and he is very switched on. His ears have been flicking back, forth, to the side, and the tiniest bit of movement in the stands, and he's clocked it. So I don't know whether it's going to be a case of he just needs to get his head in the game when he does jump out to the barriers, and hopefully Nashua Willer can keep his mind on the job.
Cheeky Dancer, horse number 6, Ash Morgan, Kieran Maher.
Just missed a Tamworth last night. That was over the won an even money favourite. Was a tight go with 3 in the finish. So did run well in City Company on debut. That was over the 1,100 metres. I like to work through the line. So although coming through country grade, she's already proven herself in a similar company. She's got a good grounding for this, and I think she can take advantage of a perceived lack of pressure here and maybe put herself in the first couple.
I can't knock this mare. She looks like she's come on nicely. She's got a nice amount of muscle definition. She's walking very well.
Gronya is the 7, Lesbridge, Regan Bayliss.
Gives away race experience, the only 3-year-old here on debut. 4 trials, most recent was the pick of them, so she isn't really trending the right way, but just happy to watch it today, and the market says as much too.
I do quite like her, actually. I was expecting her to be a little bit more underdone than how she is parading. There might be a little bit more fitness to come from her, in the sense that maybe we're going to see her tuck up as she gets throughout the preparation, but she's a lovely type. She looks nice and strong.
Ivy Legend, the 8, Team Hawks, Tyler Schiller.
She stuck in okay this track and trip 3 weeks ago, beaten 2 lengths, no real excuses. The winner did come from behind her in the run, so she was only a length off She Rex. That ties in here. Best run today was a second to Alabama Fox. That was at Kembla Grange at her second start, so that suggests that she's capable of better.
She's super fit. She's got a lovely, nice long stride on her.
And our final runner, She Rex, Kieran Maher, Tim Clark.
She's been teasing punters to this point in her career. 5 starts, 5 minor placings, so was rolled as an easing even money favourite. This track and trip a few weeks ago, she led, didn't have any excuses, was closest towards the inside. So maybe if you're being pedantic, you could say that it was slightly inferior, but this isn't any harder, and you do have to respect that strong SP from a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I remember her parading a few weeks ago, and she was covered in white froth and sweat. She was really struggling to take everything in. She's a chestnut filly, so we can forgive her. She does seem to have taken a lot of maturity from that. She is parading in a lot better condition. However, she is still getting quite warm.
Okay, jockey's not being legged aboard just yet, but I'm going to have a chat to Sarah Ryan. He looks great. How's he come on from his debut performance?
Yeah, he's not turned to her. In fact, he's tightened up now, and he's had that first run, which is great. And he's come in today, and he's being a professional, which I love to see.
I saw you've had him in a couple of times, and you've opted to save him for this reason for it, or did he drawn badly or something like that?
I really love the 3 weeks between runs for first up to second up, and also it's been quite wet, so it's just looked like the right race today.
1400 suits, wet track. He got through the soft 7. You'd think he'd be able to handle the 8 today.
Yeah, well, by done deal. They usually get through the wet. He gave no reason why he couldn't get through it.
Pibarita a little later on. She's going so well.
I love her. She's just such an honest horse. She's drawn a bit sticky, but I'll leave it up to Chad to work out what he's going to do.
Attractable and Matchalade, how are they tracking for their Queensland assignments?
Yeah, no, great. Tractable trialled on yesterday, and he's pulled up their treat, and Macho is being absolutely feral. So tell them they're both ready to go.
Best of luck today, and also with them when you head up there.
Thank you.
Here's the
Charleroi on top for me. I'm just so impressed with the way this runner has come through its last run, I should say. I thought he paraded really nice there, went first up, but second up, I'm absolutely blown away. The muscle definition is outstanding. The coat is perfect. He's moving nicely. He's clearly really come into himself.
Also with Charleroi here, 1, 5, 2 and 9, and he also happens to be the market elect. He's done nothing but firm ever since markets went up there on Monday. He was $3.60, that was snapped up quickly. He was $2.50 this morning, bottomed out at $2.25, and now he's just rock solid at that $2.30 quote. But love what he did on debut. I want to trust that as a form reference. Behind Maori Chief, he can park up much closer in the run here, which does look significant given what we've seen in the first 2 races here on the Kensington track. Dangers are 5, 2 and 9. I've got in second, third and fourth, so V12. I don't think he lacks for talent. Whether he's got the race sense to be winning just yet, that is the query. Hard to get a line in his trial, but I like what we've seen in glimpses in terms of his 3 career runs to this point. Nash looks the right man for the job there to potentially get him on the straight and narrow. 2, Kundabung has been met with good support. This horse, 7 into $4.40. He did a good job to get as close as he did there. First up, given the way that the race was run, a 9 at She Rex should make her own luck somewhere on top of the speed, albeit the patience of punters has now run out. She's not an even money favourite here. She's friendless, and you're getting $7. So I guess if you took the even money there last start, there would be some temptation to stick with her. But 1, 5, 2 and 9, he looked one of the standout bets across the card. And the punters and the bookies are keeping him very safe now at $2.30, Anthony.
Indeed. The damage was done early with him, as much as $3.60 was bet. He was about $2.40 when you started your preview. He's now $2.30, touched $2.25 very briefly, but basically that's as short as he's been throughout betting, and holding over 60% of all bets. They just pushed him out to $2.40 right at the death. If there's one that could knock it off, it's perhaps Kundabung. This one was as much as $6.55, I think, when you did your preview. Now $4.40, and clearly
I'm going with 9.
V12 480, She Rex at 7. But Charleroi, this is probably the
I'm
best
going with
bet
9.
all day. Let's get it down.
One's getting tailed.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. So 240 is the latest call here about Charleroi. Drawn nice enough in barrier number 2. Used a good finish at the end.
Randwick will play. We can take chances at Randwick. They kind of,
Charleroi certainly
they're
give the
good.
indication that today's journey of 1,400 metres will be what he's looking for right now.
It's only the maiden races
Close to the fence, which is a
that
bonus.
are
It's been the
trouble.
place to be in the first
But
two races. Now moving in is B12. He's been very solid in the market for his return today. They found Nash for the ride.
I don't understand that 6 actually.
And the last
I would
to
have
move in
gone
now
with
is number 8,
9 and
Legend.
5
So Ivy Legend
Queen,
moving in.
but
Charleroi favourite
I don't
at
understand
240.
the 6.
There's the light now, and we're ready for the 3-year-old maiden.
I don't think
Number
anybody
14
understands the
meters.
6.
Gates are back now and they're off. So long farewell, jump well together with Cheeky Dancer. Charleroi handy enough. She wrecks out wide. V12 out wide. So there's plenty having a crack for the lead. The well-supported Kundabung will just get right out of that speed battle and sit midfield. In advance of Gronder Unbridled Storm and Ivy Legend. She wrecks has drawn wide out there and really presses on there in the hands of Clark, and he's crossed the entire field now to lead comfortably. By 2 on Cheeky Dancer, V12 whipping up on the outside. So long farewell
What is
right on the
that,
bridle, and the
actually?
favourite
10.
Charleroi quickly joins it. 2 lengths away to Kundabung down on the
No,
fence.
that's 9.
Outside Unbridled Storm, Ivy Legend keen back in the field, and the newcomer Gronder is last of all. So She Rex a 2-length leader at the 600 metres from V12 back on the inside. Cheeky Dancer. Charleroi gets a good tag into the race in advance of So Long Farewell. Then Unbridled Storm, Kundabung. Looks like they've been put back down on the fence there from Ivy Legend. And Gronder is the last one. She Rex spins the quarter in front. By length on Cheeky Dancer. Now Nash is coming very wide on V12. Taking the favourite with him, Charleroi. It's She Rex, Cheeky Dancer. Now Kundabung is spearing through the middle. Wide out V12 and Charleroi. Kundabung's got...
No. Come on.
Charleroi wide out, but Kundabung's come from well off the speed
But
in the middle part of the track and has won very comfortably from So Long Farewell. V12 third and Charleroi fourth there. Well, it had no alternative but to come wide when V12 went out there, followed by Cheeky Dancer. She Rex, the 2 on the inside, got pretty tired from Unbridled Storm, Gronder and Ivy Legend.
now the neutral came in.
Kundabung has saluted here. He was a little bit naughty last start. Actually, it was a late stretching at the gates when there was a good support for him. They took him back to the trials. They applied a brow band. Adam Hieronymus riding for Chris Waller, and he's been too good here this afternoon. So Long Farewell, I think, has finished in second
2, 3.
spot. I didn't quite get the numbers, Brad, so I might come back to you while they go up in the frame. But what we do know is Kundabung here today has saluted.
Yeah, V12 in that photo for third looks the most prominent. So if you've had a trifecta there, it looks like V12, but we are just waiting for that number to officially go up. But 2 to beat 3 there. Kundabung, he was met with good late support. He just played the patient race, didn't he, there? Adam Hieronymus, there was a lot unfolding in front of him. There was a bit happening in the early stages when She Rex wanted to come on and really press for the lead. That set it up for something just parked in behind. V12 cornered awkwardly. I'm not sure whether that was by design, whether Nash was searching for the better ground or whether he's still very new, and that shoved Charleroi right towards the outside as well. So he was the one just smoking the pipe in behind, and he's actually won pretty impressively there on the line. So that is confirmation that V12 has run third. So 2, 3, 5 there in race 3. Kundabung pretty dominant at the finish.
Absolutely, he was. So race time here, 36.42 race time. Sorry, that's the last 600. Race time overall, 125.71. I'm just waiting for Chris to make his way up to the front, and we'll have a chat to him about this Super Seth gelding out of an O'Reilly mare called Diane. So 2 starts for him, 1 minor placing prior to today. He came here last start, as I said, was a little bit fractious in the gates, and I've just missed Chris, so we might go down and have a chat to him down here. He's making his way down, so he knows exactly where to go. Who needs a producer when you know exactly where to go? Well done, Chris. I was just saying he was a little bit fractious in the gate. She took him back to the trials, applied
2, 3, 5, 1. So that 2, the neutral. Last time the neutral did not work. It did not do anything. But now, this time, the only difference is last time it was handicapped. It's a minor handicapping on it, but it was handicapped. So it did not came in. And here it is not, with the lowest advantage, 2. Then came in the 3, which is the EW. Then 5, finally. And 1, last, 4th. The 9 I went with three and 7 has been scratched from the 4th one. One, 2, 8, 4. This is the 4th one here at Randwick. It's at 1250 meters, which is almost like a 1300 meters. and this is how it looks like. If we look at the odds, it's 1, 2, 8, and 4. 1 is the favorite, then 2, 8, and 4. That 1 is basically an EW. The 1 is basically an EW. If you look through the rails, the linear which is here, it's a very bad linear. It's a exposed linear. Not that the good linear has done anything great, but this is again a linear which is exposed. So yeah, these two, 1 and 6, are definitely threat. 1 is the favorite, but that's how it looks like. It's a so let's just check how things might work. So the highest accuracy is on 8, which has got 7 league races, out of which it actually got placed into Group 1 races, and it's in very good hands. But that's a kind of a drift. So if you look at the pressure line, that's here. Okay, the highest pressure is on, obviously, is on the linear. This is the least. Here, that 2 went with a 15%, which was a linear. Here, this is not a linear, but it is like 10, less than that, and it's a drift. 1 definitely is a horse with a lot of advantage given. All right, 1 is definitely a horse with a lot of advantage given, and it's got 38 races. Tried one of the league races, did not happen, but it's here, and it's at 1250. So this one, if we look at what happened here, the 2 won. All right, the 2 won, and then the 3 came in with the advantage, but that happened, correct? 2, 3, 5, 1. So they were all amortized. They were all amortized here. They were all amortized. These guys did not get in. These guys did not get in on a 1400 meter. But that was a maiden one. Here it is not a maiden. So if we look at the amortized ones, then that one comes up, then the 2, then the 4. That's where the amortization is. And the 8 is here. So it did not fall back, probably because the ground is soft. So yes, 1 looks like the 1. It's a EW. One, 2, 4. Will that work, or these ones 5 and 6 are not there? 8. Both are 3. So that's the largest outer drift. So 8 will not get in. This is the largest outer drift. And this is the inner drift. That's the largest inner. That's exactly what it is. 1, 2, 4, and 5. I think that's where the game is. Let's not go there. 44, 39. This is a climb. This is a climb. What is the worst that can happen? The 2 winning. This is a climb. This is a dip. They're both the same accuracy. But this is advantage. This is the next. This is the next. 5 is here. But this will eat up. So apart from that 8, which I liked, everything is appreciated. This one is depreciated, and the depreciations did not work here on this one. But this one was a maiden, and this is a benchmark 72. This is a benchmark 72. So chances. This is a 48. This is a 58 with advantage. 48 with advantage. I mean, this is 5, correct? This is 8 within the rails. So drifts within the rails. Like here, that drift was within the rail. It did not do anything because there's something that happens whenever they come within the rails. There's some kind of a overconfidence, or some stuff that happens that I still don't know. But this one is not within the rails. It is okay. These two are within the rails. This one is the favorite. This is the other EW, which is here. But I mean, if we consider this to be a wet track, that one has the appreciation, and that should work. This is anyway the larger drift, which is the second horse pool. This is anyway the second horse pool, which is the largest drift, which is not within the rails, by the way, but with management going on. 32, 78, 56, 44, 44, 83. This is a climb. This is a climb. This is a dip. But this is an advantage. This is an advantage. So they fall right there. 1, 2, 4. Jericho, welcome to the channel. Jericho. Welcome to the channel, my friend. We are taking heat from these guys at Randwick. On the 14 horse yesterday. Please call me Mickey, Jericho. Everybody calls me Mick. A 4 and 6, yes. 4 is the linear. So 4 is the linear which is in trouble. Big win on the 14 yesterday. Great. Great. All that we are trying to do, Jericho, is no wild goose chase. We are trying to approach this in a logical manner. It's not like I like this horse, I like that horse. This horse has done something great in the last 2 races. We're not trying to approach this through those angles. We're trying to approach this through very logical, methodical, and mathematical explanations. Why not? And we're trying to improve every day. We're trying to improve every day. Thank you for your support and joining the group. It means a lot, Jericho.
the outside gate, but he's 3 wide. Spoiled Rotten jump well to being eased now, being passed by Ritualize and Shortcut. A few metres away, Green Spring in second last position, and Insta-Worthy no pace at all as last. Heading down the side with just over 600 left to run. Uterus
Yeah, because it's horse racing, Jericho. It's horse racing. One of the unknown subjects. Nobody has a clue of what happens. No one. We're just trying. We're just trying. That's there. The tracks are rigged. Then you have jockeys who are lazy. Then you have weather conditions.
Guac in front. Green Spring trying hard. I think best. I reckon Guac might have beat Green Spring with Ritualize.
You have rigged tracks. You have moron jockeys. You have weather conditions. You have horses getting tailed. I mean, horses getting tailed is visual. That is something that we can see. The horses getting tailed. We can see the horses getting tailed. That's visual. But even after that, there are things. I mean, the lady horses might be on heat. There are endless threats. Endless. There are endless threats. But yes, the approach is mathematical. We'll trying to see. Thank you for that consideration, Jerry. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining the group. It means a lot, you know. It means a lot. We do horse racing 5 days a week, and you know, you will make a lot of friends here. You will make a lot of friends. You know, there are some very experienced players here in this group. Some very experienced players. So you will make a lot of friends. They have a lot of gray hair experience in doing this. And that's what we're trying to do. But it's a nice hub. It's a nice den for people like us who like the horse racing. And we get together here every day, 5 days a week, spend 5-6 hours together. It's become like a family. I mean, I don't spend this kind of time with my wife, the kind of time that I spend with, you know, the people who are here. Yeah, PC, he's very experienced. He's very experienced. He's been into the circle. He's been into the racing circle for a very long time. He's been into the racing circle for a very long time. We also have Atoman. Atoman is very good. He's also on data. Atoman does a lot of stuff. So yeah, then we also have Ascot. Ascot is very good at laying. That man is very good at laying. So we have a lot of friends here. You'll make a lot of friends worldwide. And Lewis does fantastic. So what do you think about Preakness? Who do you have? Preakness is I don't have the names of the horses. I don't have the names. Oh. Oh, summer. Journalism. Okay. Five.
Really knock him apart from the fact that he is getting a little bit warm. His coat is starting to turn just a little bit along his neck and just under his stomach there. He's got a little bit of froth between the back legs, but he is doing his best to keep it together. I'll give him that.
6, Sizzler, Craig Carmody, Chad Lieber.
This is a 5-year-old that's really turned the corner recently. So he was 1 from 20 in his career, yet he's now won 3 of his past 5. So winning has become a habit. He added to that tally at Kemper Grange last start, and that was the best win of his career to this point, putting 2 lengths on his rival. So very cosy at the finish, timing right to have another crack in town. He's always been a striking horse, and that doesn't change here.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe him, actually. Striking, he's a big athletic type. He's got that darker coat, and those coats always do look really good in the yard because the sun just hits and bounces off them. He's great.
Ben the Knee is the 8, and a Roadman will claim 2 for Kinmore.
He's another horse that comes here full of confidence. So break a run of outs there at Wyong last start. He did it in style. He absolutely bolted in. He relished the heavy 10 conditions. This is slightly harder grade, slightly drier track, and he is back 100 metres. But on the strength of that victory, I can't say no. The market has identified him as one of the key chances here. He has raced well at this track in the past. And this isn't a particularly deep race. So given he gets 8 kilos off Cruel Summer, that has to make him a big player.
He's very appealing from the yard, I must admit that. Obviously, the market has identified him well, and I would say that from the yard, he parades in that exact same order.
And final runner, Moscow, the 9, Tash Burley, Winona Costin.
She might be working her way back to some kind of form. I thought she was better there last start at Wagga. She's still a long ways off her absolute best in 3 runs back, but a promising little sign there last start. So wet, okay. I imagine she strides forward here, should put herself in the first couple and make her own. The gamble is how well she has come back, and inclined to see her again, but set-up-wise, it looks right.
She's a lovely, sweet filly. She's another one who is hard to make when the cooler weather has hit in. Obviously, that fluffy coat has sort of come through, but saying that she's got a lovely, rich, dark colour running through her.
Okay, jockey's on, and I'll head out onto the tunnel to the track in a moment. Craig Carmody is with me. Geez, his horse is flying this preparation, isn't he?
Jenny's doing really well. He's in a purple patch of form. He's very consistent, and you know when the race sets up, he's got a nice turn of foot. Hopefully, he gets through this ground. In the past, we've seen a little bit of that brilliance sort of at the finish sort of be dulled when it's a bit wet. But look, I had a good look at the track. It's not as bad as it was yesterday, and we're hoping he gets through it. 12.50 might come into his favour. So Chad knows him well. Hopefully we get the right run and he gets his opportunity.
What's been different about him this preparation? Because he went out with a bang last prep, and it had taken him so long to win a race.
Yeah, look, to be fair on him, in his 3-year-old year, he was a bit unlucky in town not to win his maiden. And he had a few of those runs where just things didn't go right. But things have really gone right. We've learned a little bit more about him, tweaked a few things, and he's really enjoying it.
or whatever you're doing, keep it up because he's going well, and good luck here.
Thanks, Shani. Thank you.
Kirsten, who did you like?
This was a little bit of a tricky one because there are a few different types in the yard. There are some that are a lot bigger and fitter, but it is bend the knee on top. I just think that the coat looks great. He looks like he's just found this really nice patch of form as of late, and he very much parades that way. I know he's seen well in the market, and he looked great in the yard.
Now they're talking about the 8. I actually like the 8.
Late male numbers one.
There's a lot of physics on 8.
The
What?
top weight here, Cruel Summer, 61 kilos. That's no easy task, but on the strength of that last start win, I do think that makes him the horse to beat here. He'll need to get the start.
So if we don't consider this is the first one we are going to be playing on the handicap. Those were all maiden races. So this is the appreciation which is here, all right, and this is the depth. Now this one is at 10%, which one is at -2%, but this is a 44, this is a 58. It's got group races, it's got everything, it's in good hands, all that is there. And if we look through the rails, that's there within the rails, and that's that. And it also has the physics, it also has the physics on the length. So that's that. I like that, but the 1 is the favorite now, and the 1 is with an appreciation of 3 kilograms. So that's how it is, and it has been given a depreciation. So if the track is wet, this will not get there.
To Cruel Summer and BL Bay, but a good competitive betting race, this one. Final thoughts, Shani, Brad, before we get to Darren?
Yeah, an interesting affair, isn't it? One of our smaller fields on the program here.
And look at the way he's running.
Huge fields a little later on.
Running like he's on a holiday.
How do you think the speed will play? What's it look like on paper? Obviously, things don't quite pan out exactly the same as we
Very
did, but what are
monkey.
you thinking at this stage?
Yeah, it looks quite tactical here. So we've got a few potential candidates. You've got Mossgold, who I do think will make her own luck. Iconic Treasure race from outside the lead there last start, and given where he is drawn, I imagine they'd have to push on it.
One thing is for sure, the advantage will work.
He has led and run well in the past, but he just doesn't have a lot of natural speed. So I imagine Rachel will be right on her game there in the early start, just to wake him up. And if he does want to find the front there, I think she'd be more than happy to lead. But I'd probably see him being crossed in the early stages there by Mossgold, and maybe just has to settle in behind. So I'm thinking Mossgold leads, but I don't see a lot of pressure on paper, which could make it quite interesting as far as potential early moves. If we did miss the early news, we did have a protest there in race 3, which was dismissed. It was the 4th horse, Charleroi, against your 3rd horse, V12, and that was dismissed. So numbers stand with Charleroi being taken right off the track, but he'll have to wait for another day with Kunderberg. Your winner, but here we are.
I think the odds are right on this one. This one, the odds are right.
Just when you thought he was a little
That
bit
one
easy,
is
the
going
horse
to
happy play
get
and step
there
in at
because
$3.90, back into
that's a
$3.70.
lot of advantage for that horse.
He's now cleared out as far as a second elect. He's $4, so punters have gone right on with the job there. Bow Bay's found her quote at around that $4.60, and Sizzler $6.50. Next best $9 there. Iconic Treasure.
I got 14689.
Compact market. You've got a $3.70 favourite and a $10 outsider. So a few different ways you can carve up this race.
14689.
Late support for your top two.
Very cool. One looks like the
$3.70
one.
and $4 for Ben the Nation.
In terms of the way the track's playing, Brad, we've
I think this is this one. The odds are right. Probably that's a 1200 meter huge advantage on that horse. 44-24, 1-2. If it works like that, no, this one I did not see anyone getting tailed.
Turned into a bit of a sprint home, whereas there was a bit more action there in the early.
Lee, I did not see anyone getting tailed.
The patience of Adam Hieronymus proved the difference there, just railing up and coming just a couple off those that led. So that still looks the best ground to my eye, probably 5-6 off.
No one,
We'll
yes.
see if that's right
Let's
down
see.
throughout the day. So race 4 now, but
The problem is it is an EW. How the EW wins is what my question is.
It was a big winner on the heavy-weighted category last time in a small field.
Both of these horses, 1 and 6, are EWs that they're talking about.
back and they're off and racing. Cruel Summer jumped out okay. Moscow.
Yeah, now you will do all that, you moron monkey.
Giving up the fence on Cruel Summer.
Run!
Enough to try and hold the other two out.
Run, you moron!
Behind them, followed by
Yes, that's what running is. Run.
Was able to hunt through on the inside and hold the front from Moscow.
Good. Run.
Now Buer Bay gets a terrific run, the third on the leader's back. Ivan Ciro went out one back, two after the informed Sizzler. On the outside of Iconic Treasure, and the well-back Bend the Knee is last of all, about 6 or 7 off the league. So Cruel Summer, 600 metres to run, a lead by a length
One
on
run,
Moscow.
baby.
Then Buer Bay from
You've got a lot of
Treasure
advantage.
down on the fence. Now Sizzler's really been wound up.
If you can't use that advantage, you're not a horse, you're a donkey.
Chasing coming to the
Run.
It's Cruel Summer, 3 in front. Buer Bay racing up on the inside of Moscow, then Ivan Zero. The other trio got
Run.
but Cruel Summer's the one to get. It's 2.5.
1, 2,
Buer Bay started to
and
chip in the margin. It's the
1, 2, and 5. The 4 got knocked out. 1, 2, 5, and here comes the 8. Yes, baby. 1, 2, 8, and 5.
Ultimately got up to third in front of Ivan.
Yeah.
The Moscow Sizzler and Iconic Treasure.
And number one, Cruel Summer goes back to back here this afternoon. Rachel King on board again for Paul Perry. And there was very good support
8 and
late
5, go baby. 1, 2, 8, and 5.
He has done previously, and he's recorded victory number 7 here this afternoon. Absolutely relishing in these wet tracks. Buer Bay has finished in
Yep,
spot.
yep.
Third, the 8, Bend the Knee, and
1, 2, 8, and 5.
that was absolutely no surprise there, Brad.
Let me bring in Pussy Fellas.
Wins despite the 61
sleeping.
kilo Empire Stunter. The urgings there, Rachel King really shook him up to get him into the race in the early stages. Wanted to hunt through and find the front, and once he found himself there, he was just left into a lovely rhythm. He gave a kick, and you could tell that last 50, 100 metres, he'd probably had enough, but a little bit of class, a little bit of fitness saw him hop.
Alright, so what happened? So up till oh, forget about that, then it's going to get complicated. But here, if we look through the appreciation, so 1 and 2, that was huge appreciation. All right, 4 was a linear, which did not do anything. Because that was exposed. It was exposed. That's a 4-figure linear. And then what happened? 8 and 5. So 8 definitely I liked. Thank God I did not go with the 8 win. That was there, which was here with a dip. It's a good horse. Pulling through was good. 8 and then 5 with the neutral one, which is there with the largest drift. So, I mean, it's easy to do this with 4, 5, 10, 6 horses, but the moment they will give us a bunch of monkeys, then it will be difficult. Go to the next 5. 1 and 7 has been scratched. Two, 6, 3, and 4. Two, 6, 3, and 4.
Able to get the job done, and then straight to the front today, which he has done before. And Rach was able to get him home for start number 7. Here's Kirsten with Rachel.
Rach, you have such a great record with this horse. He seems a little bit quirky, just to say the least. What's the trick to it?
I don't know, just let him do it. I just sit there and give him. You've got to engage him out the gate, otherwise, if you let him, I think he just kind of back and do his own things. You just got to get him motivated. But then after that's the first probably 150 or so, he then takes you, and then he's great. Look, he's pretty push button. He proved obviously last start, look, he doesn't have to lead, just to be somewhere up on speed.
One had
Like,
more
just let him
class.
engage is the main thing. And he was tough today. He had a big weight on his back, but he didn't
Yes,
give up.
probably.
It was a great effort. Well done. Thank you. And numbers here, 1, 2, 8, and 5. Last 600 metres, they've run a time of 35.91. Overall race time, 1:15.29. Anthony, as we come back to you.
Okay, yeah, isn't he loving the wet tracks? Cruel Summer.
Two, 6,
Absolute
3,
swimmer,
and
and
4.
It's back-to-back wins now. He won on a heavy at Canterbury 2 weeks ago, and he backs it up on a heavy 8 at Kensington. And he's just thriving on these wet tracks. I had a look at his form last preparation. He was really struggling at the back end of last year and early this year. He was, if you look at his form, he ran 3 lasts in a row. He finished 8 of 8, 11 of 11, and 9 of 9 at Randwick. He just wasn't going at all over the summer. But they gave him a little freshen up, and he just come back and relishing these soft tracks. Now back-to-back wins. So yeah, he loves the heavy, doesn't he? Cruel Summer. BRB second and Bend the Knee third. Connor's got that pretty close to the mark. They were the main 3 in the betting. We'll leave it there, and we will head to a break. We've got Ipswich Race 4 up next.
Buzavelis has been acting weirdly. He's getting timed out for some reason, can't take the pressure. He's been getting timed out of late.
Once a year, the town of Scone swaps work goods for race day best, and the whole place lifts a gear. This is the Scone Cup Carnival, where country spirit meets serious racing, and everyone's welcome. 2 days, over $2 million in prize money, city horses, country hopes, and a cup that's been circled on calendars for months. It all kicks off Friday. 1,600 metres, listed level, and one of the richest countries.
Right, this is the 5th one, okay? And if we look through the odds, it's 2, 6, 3, and 4. It's exactly the same replica of the last race. It's a 1250.72. It's a fourth up benchmark 72. That was a 5th up. This is a 4th up, but it's the exact replica. There's nothing apart from the fact that this was an EW here. These two are neutrals, right? But if you look at the way things work, first was the DICR, which is like that. So here we had the top 3 here, which was with 1. Here it is 1 on this one. This is an EW. The 4 is an EW, right? So that's that. Here we had the linear, which was under pressure, 31 on that linear. Here we have 10. Okay. So that's more or less how it looks like. 20-20-10. And the other one, which is here, is a 58, which is the 8. Okay, this is the one, which is a 58. It's downgrade, but advantage, which is the EW last time. That's the one which won, but here it is a dip. So here the 8 was the dip, which was a 58 and in good hands. Here the 8 is not in a good hands. Here the 8 is suffering, bleeding, so 8 is out probably. So what else? This one, 6, 38, 1, 6, 57, 49, 6. So 6 is the linear with the pressure. This one is out. This cannot, this is like that. So 6 or 5, 5, 5, 5, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 5. These are depreciations, all right? These are depths. These are depths. Here, these two were depths. These were neutrals. And here, these are the depths, 6, 8, and 9, out of which this one is a 58. What has gone here? So here, the 58 did not go there. The 58 was a drift, which got in. So here it is a bad place to be for a 58. This is good with 62. So this is 1, 2, 1.5, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. This is the game. 4 will get probably knocked out. 4 is going to get knocked out. This is good. This is going to be good, but winning probably is a little difficult job. It's a 45 by 62, wherein we have got a 46 by 20. So 2 is the right favorite. There is no doubt about it. It's a 46 by 20. The other problem is this one, which is the 5. All right, the 5 is the other problem, because that's a 47 by 17. So it definitely is bad than this one, 39, 45, 39. This is in good hands, and this is in moderate hands. 6 is bleeding. 6 is bleeding, but it is the drift. It is the drift. So the drift. That's not going to work. So 47 and a drift, and a 45 is a linear. It's 2, 3, 5 or 2, 3, 6. 2, 3, 5 or 2, 3, 6. What is it? That's a 45, 20. It's a 45, 62. So 6 is out probably. That's a 45, 20. All right. It's a 45, 62. Plus they're like that. So anyway, that's got the appreciation. The question is, where is 4 standing? Is it 4 the third one? Or, I mean, let's try and get this. Or the 6 is out, definitely 45. So 5. So 2, 3, 4 or 5. That's a 47, 17. That's a drift. It's a much larger drift. And there is that physics which is working. This one, it came in third. 1 to 8 with that physics, it came in third. That was a drift. Here, this is the drift with the physics. Maybe 2, 3. It's 150. This is 160. 149, 50, 50. So the linear doesn't even get on the top 3 positions. Is that what it looks like? So 2, 3, 6 or 2, 3 5. Because that's a 45.62. That's definitely not going to be competing this one. What do we do? 3 probably is the second, Jericho. 3 probably is the second. 3 probably is the second. But having said that, I don't know how to explain this. I mean, so when you watch a movie and you see a big muscular man with guns fighting, and he's the hero, you have a tendency of believing that if there's a fight, then the hero is going to win. And then there's this guy who's like a Sheila, who's like, you know, this guy comes and wins. How do you feel? That's exactly what the neutrals are. That's exactly what the neutrals are. The 6 is a fabulous horse. It's a 349, but it looks like it is not going to win. And 2 of the neutrals, the Sheilas. Six is the muscle man. 6 is the muscle man with all the force. But it's sabotaged. Two has climbed.
Easy Love just behind that trio, then came Alarming, and Extra Lavina settles down in last.
365 expert, Jericho.
Showed good speed. Tips out the
365 expert. Jericho, you're from US.
As they run down to approach the halfway mark. Amy was sitting third on the fence behind the lead pair. Private Equity one off at Ikuma, doing a tough 3 wide. Toronto still in 6th. Then Boots with the Spurs, Suspicious Love, Flash Drive, a long way back Alarming. Then came Easy Love and Extra Lavina whips them in, 8 off the lead. They're at the home turn, 300 left to run. Spits on being shaken up. Keep moving the outside, now he shoots the challenge. Avior coming off heels and odds, and then came Private Equity. Toronto has too much ground to make up. King Boom reached the lead. Avior trying hard, Stinson is battling on. King Boom is now full tilt. He's got a very slender margin. Now he pulled away late, he won. King Boom from either Avior or Stinson, they both ran well. Easy Love good from the back. Prominent for 4th with Extra Lavina. Then Boots with the third, Private Equity, Alarming, Flash Drive, Toronto, Ikuma, and Suspicious Love, last over the line.
So number 2, King Boom, is the winner, ridden by Emily Lang for Tony Gollan, has won. Up on the board there. Wasn't a big margin, Bernie. We saw Avior Number 12 sort of threatening some danger. Sits on has just faded a little bit on the rails there, but Emily getting the favourite up. King Boom, who did run at $2.10 on the QOP, is going to return about $1.95. Gets the upper hand at this point of Sits on. But on the outside, Abbey Orr having a good old-fashioned dig. And I think it's Private Equity, number 10, back in fourth.
All right, we should be able to have a chat with Tony Gollan shortly. He'll be thrilled that this fellow's knocked off that maiden win at start number 4. Not a big margin. He probably wasn't as happy travelling sort of one off the fence as he was perhaps leading last as he did. But I still think he's got quite a bit of maturing to do, Maxie. He's only a 3-year-old still, and, he's got a bit of, as I say, maturing and filling out, furnishing to do. So here's by Spirit of Boom out of a hard spun mare, and Tony Gollan joins us for a chat now. And that was a good win, a workmanlike win. Obviously, he looked like he was doing it a bit harder today outside the leader, say as per last start where he led.
Yeah, it was probably a surprise he led the other day, to be honest. The previous preparation had been slow going. Everything's a big deal to him. He still looks at everything. And today I was hopeful that horse drawn a bit wider that did lead. Maybe something else might go as well. We get in the 1-1 or even to the fence where we could follow something. But we could work there where she sat outside leading. He was a little bit foreign to him, so I'm up the bridle a little bit there. But I like the fact he had something to chase down in the straight. I think that was the key to him. He was able to put the leader away, and then he had not enough time to think about it coming to the post. So he's still very much a work in progress. He's not finished yet, even physically, as a horse. But once he does, place well, there's more races in store for him.
Yeah, he's got all the bits in the right places. He just needs a bit of time to strengthen.
Yeah, he always had. He was a ready-to-run purchase. So he's a really good guy and a great syndicate. So he was an expensive horse, but he's furnishing into a really nice horse. He's always been able to gallop, but the penny's nowhere near dropped yet. So these sort of races are important to horses like him.
Have you ever counted how many Spirit of Booms you have?
I've had a lot. I've still got a lot of the books. And look, he's a staying. I love training. It's probably see it. They're pretty reliable horses. You get them to the races and they deliver prize money back to their owners. But they're a breed I like. And we try and buy the ones we really like buying. That's for sure every year.
Brilliant job. Well done, Tone.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, we'll just wait for Emily Lang to come over and join us now. She is just giving a little bit of a rundown to the owners. Yeah, I'd like to know the numbers of how many. Obviously, he trained Spirit of Boom when he won the Doomben 10,000.
He's probably stepping that's put him on the map, because there would have been hundreds of winners.
Oh, hundreds. Hundreds. And maybe even, would he have had hundreds of Spirit of Booms? We're trying to work out just how many Spirit of Booms come through that stable, or have come through the stable.
Yeah, I think he loves them, Tony, and obviously they keep getting him results, so why not?
Why not? Let's talk about this guy, King Boom.
Yeah, it was a great effort from him today. He's a totally different horse to what he was last prep. The pennies finally dropped, and he was a little bit keen in the early stages today, but once we got him to relax, I thought he showed a really nice turn of foot.
Tony's sort of keen to sort of have him eventually back a little bit and behind the speed, as you probably are as well. Do you think that'll help him to run a little bit further there as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's a horse that at the moment he's a little bit busy in the run. He needs to sort of relax a bit more and maybe become a bit braver and run amongst other horses. And I think once that sort of side comes, I think he'll be a
In
nice
place
horse.
4.
Well done.
Thanks, Bernie.
Right, Emily Lang.
It's a good stat for somebody to find out.
Yes.
He had a lot of individual winners, but a lot of them.
What year did he win the 10,000? Tony could tell us all this tomorrow on the playbook. It's a while ago now.
12 or some 13 or something.
Yes, something like
We
that.
just need to check if the horses are getting tailed.
It's another winner. Fine, standing at your record start.
Indeed.
Abbey Orr will be winning soon, bringing some country form here today, but Trevor Thomas has got a nice horse to pick up a few runs.
And actually, 2014 was Spirit of Boom. Abbey Orr, I actually went, it was an open maiden, but she's one I contemplated. So when she loomed, I thought, oh God, I've missed a $26 win.
Yes.
Yes.
Pulling on his tail.
Never. I wouldn't have put on the sale, but 2Bs 12, 3 and 10. But we are watching out for Abby or perhaps the next Anthony.
Indeed, King Burn 5-2 good. Got out to 210 there on the local tote. Abbey Orr second and Snitzel that was run third. So 2-12, 3-10. We'll leave it there. Got to head back to Kensington, race 5. There'll be the new 240 and well back from California Sunrise and Tower Ballad. And we'll go straight to the team on track.
Okay, thanks for that, Ant. Yes, race number 5 for the 4-year-old and above mares. Hellbent on You is our favourite, as you touched on there. Let's kick off with her. Jace McDonald riding for John Thompson.
She's come back in really good form, this mare, and she's holding it all the way through. So her racing pattern counts against her, but a better draw, smaller field. She just settles closer by default. So that form reference behind Candlewick a month ago reads well for this. It does find James McDonald, hence why she's at the pointy end of betting.
She's got the two handlers on her, so I was expecting her to be a lot more up on her toes, up and about, but she's not. She's striding along nicely. She's got a little bit of a march on her, but she uses her body well. She really swings through those hips and powers through. She's a little bit warm behind the legs, but nothing underneath the girth or the saddle cloth. Her coat looks good. She looks really good for those favourite backers.
3, Power Ballad. Okay, Waterhouse and Adrian Bott and a Chronometer to ride.
She's a man who's hard to get a couple of line on into her most recent form. But what makes her dangerous here is the map. There's not a lot of speed on paper. She looks to get complete control. So wasn't sharp enough for the 1100 metres in 2 runs last campaign. Spelled, start again. Kicks off over the 1250 this time in, and I really like the way that she tracked through the line in a recent trial.
Well, she might be fresh up off the spell, but we know with these Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bolt runners that they don't like any work coming into the races, and that's very much how she parades. But she's nice and fit, she's tight, she's walking out well. She looks to be quite a different type to the favourite, but there's no knock on her there.
4, Spirit of Varanasi for Robin Luke Price, Tommy Berry.
Did look to winner momentarily here 3 weeks ago. The Great Houdini swept straight past her in the straight though. So the winner was pretty dominant, but I thought she stuck on quite well to hold down second. There was a gap back to third. The stable scratched a few from today, presumably given the wet track. So they're happy to run her. An improving track does look to help, and that suggests that they think she'll have no problem getting through the soft conditions.
She is really, really nice in the yard. She is a big, strong type. She's flicking those toes out. She's ready to get on with the job, but she's not at all being silly. She's not getting warm. Those ready amounts clearly just doing the absolute job that she needs. She's clearly coming through these runs well because she looks fit, but she doesn't look to be at all tucked up in a stressed way. She looks to be carrying condition, but really good muscle definition.
5, Cozy Corner and a rope she'll claim 2 here for Paul Perry.
I suspect she's going a lot better than the form suggests on paper. So I know it doesn't read like much, but she's just got a long way back in her most recent runs, particularly her last 3. So not sure what the tactics will be today, but she has raced closer in the past. If she does get a dig early, that is a scenario that could see her improve sharply, and we know she likes getting her toe into the ground.
She looks to be a really happy mare. Her coat looks good, although it is slightly on the fluffier side. We expect that when they are from out of Sydney. Obviously, it's slightly colder conditions, but regardless of that, she's got those dapples coming through. She's taking everything in. She's got her ears pricked. She's got a little march going on, but she's not getting at all hot and bothered. She looks great.
On to California Sunrise, horse number 6, Peter Snowden, Tyler Schiller.
This mare was set to run at Warwick Farm last Wednesday, went hard in the market, but she was a late scratching. So that was on vet's advice after she sustained an abrasion to the forehead in the tie-up stall. So not an ideal scenario, given she is 6 weeks between runs. We know she is a talented mare, but it's a bit of a reset for her. So first up run was good, but 1250 here. She draws to get the right run. It's just a gamble whether she's ready enough.
Look, it might be a bit to the race course, but I wouldn't say that parade-wise that's how she looks. I thought that maybe she'd get a little bit more hot and bothered, considering it's been a minute since she's been in this parade ring, but that's not the case at all. She's walking around nicely, and fitness-wise, she doesn't look to be lacking, so that's a good tick for those worrying about that.
8, Kahawati, Michael Travers and Molly Burke to claim 2.
Hasn't looked likely in the most recent runs, all in country company. That's to be a bit of a query in terms of how comfortable she is on a wet track, so this looks a little bit too tough.
She's getting a little bit warm between the legs there. There's not much of a knock on her. She looks fit, she's striding out nicely, but she is getting a little bit warmer than some of the others.
And our final runner 9, Everlasting Stars. Jay Ford rides for Jenny Williams.
Does come into this last start winner, so a change of scenery did the trick at Goulburn there first up. Having the first run for the new yard down from Queensland was pretty dominant. It was only a field of 5 over 1,000 metres, but went about her work quite well on that occasion. Harder here, of course, but I do respect the placement coming straight to town off that win.
That's one that has surprised me in the yard. I wasn't sure what I was expecting from her. She is getting a little bit up on her toes now that Jay Ford has jumped on board, but she's doing well. She's flicking those toes out. She's clearly feeling very well. She is keeping it together. She's getting a little bit warmer underneath the saddle cloth, but apart from that, looks well.
Okay, horses heading out to the tunnel. John Thompson has come over to have a chat about Hellbent on You. She's been going so well the last 2 and hasn't been too far away.
Yeah, look, she's very honest mare. She's going super, done well between runs. Yeah, I think she's in good order and it's well placed in this field. Got a good draw. Jockey goes all right. Just a little bit worried about the conditions. You know, she's performed well on soft, but heavy. Yeah, it's a question.
She gets back and she always makes it hard for herself because she needs a lot of luck. Smaller field, doesn't look like there's a lot of pace on paper. Would we be likely to see her closer?
I'd like to see her closer. It all depends on the jump. You know, the horse next to her in the barrows was playing up the other day and she just missed it a bit. We'd had planned to be closer that day. But again, today we are. But it all depends on her.
Bettor Scarpo, you've only had a decent preparation, but it was a nice win in Newcastle last time.
She was good on a heavy track too. Won well, and the second horse come out and won well its next start. So sort of make the form. She'll run well.
And Logano in the 7th.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
The first up. But his last couple of runs have been a little bit head scratches. But back on his home track today, got a few kilos off his back. He's been a bit of dead weight, so today he'll have none. So hopefully that helped him.
Thanks, John. Best of luck.
Cheers.
Who did you like, Kirsten?
I feel like a bit of a cop-out tipping the favourite on top from the yard, but as soon as I stepped out of the commentary box there on the studio, it was the first horse that caught my eye. I was expecting her to be parading a little bit hotter, considering she did have the 2 handlers on her, but she hasn't turned a single hair. Her coat looks to be in glorious condition. She looks like she's come through the runs well. Sometimes when they get a little bit further into their prep, you expect them to tighten up, but her body looked good, her muscles looked well, and she was nice and fluid in her movement.
Female numbers 3, 2, 5 and 6, 3, Power Ballard. I'm encouraged that there has been good support for this pair first up over the 1250. She looks to get control, and what we've seen on this Kenzo track to this point, she might be another leader that gets her chance. So 4 races down, 2 winners have led, and another winner was leaders back. So I can't find a lot of pressure on here. On paper, looked at quite a tactical race, and that market support suggests that she's here to run well. I do like the way that she ran right through the line in a recent trial. I do concede that has been.
You will say Randwick 4.
The best of her the last time.
2 and 3, both of them are running neutral.
It was only a few preparations ago, so she has got that in her locker. Just her past couple of campaigns have been a little bit disappointing, but I do like the intent kicking off over the 1250 this time back, given she was run off her feet in 2 runs over the 1100 metres last time in. So 3, 2, 5 and 6, no real knock on the favourite, Hellbent on You. She's in career best form, she's holding it. The only little caveat, I guess, is you're being asked to take $2.40, which does seem on the skinny side, given there's a race of 3 genuine winning hopes. At least that's the way the market sees it. But James McDonald rides, she can settle closer by default. If there is a knockout, I do think it's Cozy Corner. I think she's going a lot better than the form guide does suggest. She's just been set Mission Impossible in her latest few runs from wide gate. She's got a long way out of the ground, and she actually hit the line okay. So wouldn't mind seeing some early intent with her, but just by default, given the makeup of this field and the small field, she'll be closer. And 6, California Sunrise. The knock was the 6 weeks between runs, but I tell you what, the punters are not deterred. She's been heavily backed in the last 5 minutes or so, so a bit of confidence there, and she's a lightly raced mare, still with more to offer. So 3, 2, 5 and 6, but it looks like a pretty competitive race there at the top of betting, Anthony.
Yeah, Hellbent on You is quite popular. 240 on tap fixed odds, bottomed out around 225, 230, just back to 240 now, back 250 right at the death. Still the most popular runner with more than 50% of all bets on Hellbent on You. So they are just risking it a little bit. California Sunrise 280 and Power Ballad got into as short as $3.90, just back to $4.20. But it is the second most popular runner outside of the favourite Hellbent on You. So bookies just risking Hellbent on You a little bit, and Power Ballad best back to beat it late. Here's Darren.
as a race since early January. She was in some decent races back then. Nice trial winner at Rose Hill, leading up to this in the hands of Adam Hieronymus. And Adam aboard today looking for a riding double. The Spirit of Varanasi's been friendless in the betting. It moves in. Everlasting Stars goes forward. And a Cozy Corner in the same colours as the previous winner, Cruel Summer. Cozy Corner now is the last to move in. So 7 running. Hellbent on You, the favourite. Been racing well this preparation. There's the light. And we're all set. California Sunrise well back gate 1. They're off
Run,
and racing.
baby.
Carl Ballard jumped out particularly well. Spirit of Varanasi's going forward. Cozy Corner out wide. Then came Kahawati. Everlasting Stars taken back. California Sunrise and Hellbent on You are the
Is that what you do?
Hieronymus goes to the front and Power Ballard. And Cozy Corner whips up on the outside, parking a neck away. 2 lengths then to Kahawati on the inside of Spirit of Varanasi. Further back to California Sunrise from Everlasting Stars. And
Mr. J-Mac, is that what you do?
Off the rear. So Power Ballard, the mare leading first up today, up by a length and a half. 2 lengths now. On Cozy Corner, 2.5 to Kahawati. Further back to Spirit of Varanasi on the outside of California Sunrise. Just being niggled a little bit on the inside.
Come on,
and
baby.
He's coming one off the fence, looking to slice through the pack. Power Ballard swings in front by a length and a half to Cozy Corner, Kahawati, Spirit of Varanasi, California Sunrise pushing.
You're stuck.
Tricky spot. It's Power Ballard all out.
You're stuck badly. You can't move it from there.
Gets the run. Cozy Corner still there. California Sunrise kicking hard.
No!
Nosing out California Sunrise.
You plan.
Got tired.
Dude, what a race that was.
And Spirit of Varanasi.
Well, it looks like to Hellbent on You. To be honest, I'd given up on her and I wasn't even watching her. And I think she has gotten up in the absolute nick of time. Just when you thought California Sunrise was going to salute here, I think Hellbent on You has nabbed her right on the line, just waiting for the numbers to flash up on our screens. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it looks her, yep, and that is the photo there. So James McDonald drives her head right down on the line. You're 100% right, Shannon. You never, ever wanted to be aboard or on her. If you took the short odds, she wasn't the best into stride. She looked back into a horrible position, but James McDonald somehow was weaved a passage through. He rode a patient race. And didn't she accelerate and really attack the line the last 100 metres? So if you're on California Sunrise, you probably thought you were home, but she really launched and got the timing absolutely spot on, right on the line. To beat California Sunrise, who was game in defeat, there was good support for her. She ran right up to expectations. She only stripped fitter given she was 6 weeks between runs, and really stuck on well there, Cozy Corner. Was given a stoke up in the early stages and looked to be gone at one point, but she stuck on bravely and wasn't beaten.
2, 6, 5 and 3.
I think that's win of the day, all sewn up already.
Absolutely, and I think you'd have to still say ride of the day as well. John's just making his way over. I don't know about you, but I kind of gave up on a fair way up.
Yeah, that was a bit of a worry, but as I said, we've got James McDonald on board. He just gets it done. He's a star. But it was a good win, you know, it's a bit of an on-pace track, and back there, come to the corner, I thought, you know, no hope here, but yeah, no, he saved all the ground, and once she got a little bit of clean air there, she ducked through it, so it was very good.
It just sums up her racing pattern. She's just a get-back horse. There was good speed on, but she just needs luck.
Yeah, she's frustrating. She's so honest, but just does those little things wrong, but, you know, she's honest and runs well.
Anything mapped out for her?
No, just win as many as we can.
Well done.
Cheers.
All right, James just unsettling this mare by Hellbent. She's out of a Longman mare called Double Drinks.
2, 6, 5 and 9.
Win number 4 and 5 minor placings. Race time 1:16:33. The last 600 metres 36:62. So numbers up in the fray.
So what happened? Now I think we're getting a little bit of clarity on the neutrals. So the 2 was with appreciation. 3 and 4 both were with appreciation. 2 and 3 both were neutrals. 2 and 3 both were neutrals. But if we look at the VH, that's more on 2. 3 was a bad decision on that jockey to rave it, and especially because it was not a BB. So these two were in a tricky position anyway. 5 was good, which was a drift, but the 6 was the linear. I was actually in two minds whether, I mean, how come the linear will not even get on the top 3 is a question. You know, it's a but it looks like it doesn't have the winning chance. It doesn't have the winning chance. It doesn't have the rails. It had the management going on, but they're bleeding. They're bleeding. The decision was bad on 3 to rave it. They shouldn't have raved it like that. It's a neutral horse. If you rave it like that, it'll be like this. The 4 was in a good hands, but not today, because that's a 39. We've got this 47. So here the 3 was neutral and both of them were 45. The 6 came in with the pressure. This was a neutral. Both 45. This one was with pressure. This is a 349. Not bad, actually. And the 9, I had a thing because the 8 cannot get through. The 8 is a 58 in a EW position. That's a bad position to be. That's a bad position to be for the 58 anyways. That'll not work. The 50, if the 58 was here, then it would have made some sense, but that was not the case. It was here. So that's definitely bad. So both the EWs did not do anything. The 4 and the 8, these two were the EWs. They did not do anything. 2 won. This neutral got nuked. 6 came in, 5 came in. 6 and 5, that's how it should work. The linear, then the largest drift. And the 9, because the 8 is moron. We'll go to the next 6. Five, 7, 12, 13, 14, 18. Four, 6, 8, and 16. Lee. It was a very tricky one. I almost lost hope on the 2, but J-Mac is J-Mac. He delivered. 4. Benchmark 68. 68.
Run was a little bit better than it looks. He had a lot of weight. He drew an outside gate, gave them a big start, but I thought he held his ground nicely in the straight. This is much more suitable for Rashford today.
Blarney is the 8, Chris Waller, Rod Stewart.
Could probably languish out the back and run on for something further down the track.
And fearless thinking, James Healy, Tiff Brooker.
He's third up today. He's better than what we saw last start when fading at Eagle Farm because was obliged to race 3 and 4 deep the entire.
Okay, Alex, are you there? My apologies. I was calling my producer, Maxie. My apologies there. No, I was calling Alex.
That's okay.
We are live. Just organising playbook, you know how it goes. Quath Kwan, your $2.60 favourite. Twyford money for him, Maxie, 13's into $9.50. Hillside Martini, bit of a roughie there at $41. Then we get to the serious side. More Joy at $5.50, 100, 200 views, $6.50. Rashford, 5's into $4.40.
Yeah, when we see the Munstable supporters of the Munstable put their money on, they usually run well. So I'm keeping Rashford very safe here. $5 into $4.40. But you mentioned the two that are trying this trip, trying to win over or a little outside of their comfort zone to what they're used to. They've been well backed, and I think they've both found the right race here. But happy to go with the toppy here, Quath Kwan, number 1. He's Saturday Standard Metropolitan horse that gets all of the favours in the world today. And when he won here 2 ago, when Nikita Berryman rode him, he was sort of midfield early, a little bit awkward. He sustained a long run, didn't he? Right around the outside. It's really strong and managed to run down Hermanita.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with him here. I think everything looks spot on. Rashford, he's the danger. Then I've got Twyford because of his distinct liking for his home track here at Ipswich. And New Joy, the stay, was so good fresh. Expecting a good run from her here, second up. So I'm with the favourite, Quath Kwan, number 1 to beat 7, 2 and 4.
Yeah, I've got him on top as well. 3 from 20 is, starting to become difficult to catch him. I must say that, Maxie. But in saying that, he is 2 from 2 here at the track. So I think 1,500 should be manageable, so long as there's a nice little bit of tempo on and he's not making that tempo, I think. But, you know, I think Too Hard to Refuse is probably going to go forward. Perhaps Speed Map could be there. Interesting to note where you think New Joy might be. Obviously, she was back in the ruck early in that 1,200 metre race, but she led the 2,000, so we're halfway in between here. So she is another one that could sort of cruise over into that first 3 or 4 position, I would think. And that hopefully leaves Quathwan with a really nice trail in behind the speed here. I think she is a danger. Any horse that can win a 2,000 and a 1,200 shows great versatility. She's obviously come back in terrific order. Definitely Rashford. And I'll just put Too Hard to Refuse in there over Twyford. Just because I thought he might get it easy up the front end of the bus here today from Barrier 1 with Cody Collis aboard.
Definitely. I think it's going to get a lovely rhythm for 5.
Yeah.
Nice and relaxed, both horse and rider here. Cody and Too Hard to Review. So, yeah, there's not a lot between these horses, but I think that Quathwan deserves to be the warm favourite here, and punters really like him as we get very close to start time. We're only a couple of minutes out, and I'll be surprised if Anthony mentions that something's been seriously back to beat him.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at the start here. So have a look at these barriers that are being pushed onto the track now. So if you thought the mile start was a little bit hairy here, the 50 start is also. So they'll be very quick to find their positions sort of heading into that 1350 metre corner there. There's not far to go to that first corner, Anthony.
Okay, Maxi, you're right. Nothing really back to beat Quathwan here. It's 250 and hasn't really budged since you guys did your preview earlier this morning. Opened up 330 when markets first went up. We laid him straight away. He got to about that 230, 240 quote, and he's 250. So very little change. And in terms of the percentage,
Right, this is the 6th one here at Randwick, and if we look at the odds, that's 4, 6, 8 and 16. 4 is the favorite. Now if we look through the rails, that 4 is here. It's in good hands, but that's not enough here, that is not enough here, that is not enough here. That's not enough here either. So that's that. But if we look through the rails, that 6 is the second linear which is up above, right? That 6 is the second linear which is up here. Now, that's a 1 kilo appreciation on this. The largest appreciations are on 1 and 2. These two are the largest appreciation. This is an EW. Got a league race 34, 38. The pressure is almost nothing on this horse. That's the lowest pressure that I can find out on a 1300 meter. That's coming from gate number 9. But the jockey is a problem. We'll take a look at the jockey. 6. One. That is a claimer jockey. That's a jockey with a problem with that kind of weight appreciation. That's the one. The other one, which is here, is a 47, which is the 48 is 16, which is well within the odds. It's within the rails, but that's a neutral, and this is not on a, this is handicapped. Okay, so here the that, you know, the neutral won in one of the races and the neutral lost in one of the races. So here, anyway, here the neutral lost. The neutral lost because it was handicapped. It is the same thing here. The neutral is handicapped. All right. That's the 16. So 16, I don't know what that neutral will do. That's not even the top favorite. So that's 48. 47 is here, which is an EW. And that's relaxation here. That's the highest, 1710. 47. These two, 910. Is 6. The question, this one is actually, this one is an EW. This doesn't need the rails. The largest drift is the 8, which is here. So that's gate number 3. 4 is the favorite, which is gate number 2. And that's matching, but linear is 15. So 15 will get in some way or the other. That's 74. It's a 45. 45, 64, 74. This is here. So 11 and 14, that I can understand. 11 and 14. But there is something in between. There is something that will get in. And what is that is the question. This will not be a queen. This cannot be a queen. This one is from 3. It doesn't have the force. This one is 8. Gate number has the force and is a linear, which is there, not the top, but that is there. This is with the highest weight, but the jockey is a problem. Here the jockey is not a problem. Six. That's a pressure. I don't know. This is the best jockey, by the way. This is the best jockey. The question is, will he be able to take it? This is not the best jockey. That's a lot of pressure. This 21-16. Then the neutral is here, but it is handicapped. Here is the other one. 13. 43. 30. Gate number 9. So 6, 9, 15. So the force is here. That's the linear. That's the second linear from gate number 14 with management. So 6 is in very good hands. There is no doubt that 6 is in very good hands. This is a neutral with handicapped. This is the other one with a very good jockey, which is number 9. So 9 is a check. That's gate number 13, 14, and our linear is here with gate number 11. So all the outer gates, the force is here. These things will probably not work because they're given to weird jockeys. This is a claimer jockey. This is also not one of the greatest jockey. But if that works, and it wins, then we are all doomed. So 6, I think that's the one through the rails. It is going to be very difficult for this to win. This cannot win. This will probably get a place. 15. It's a 272. There is no reason for not to believe a linear. It will get a place. It'll definitely be there on the top 3. There's no reason that it is not going to be there on the top 3. So if that's there, then the other one is 13 and gate number 9, which is well within the rails. This is the other one which is within the rails, but this is handicap, and that's a neutral. That is the mistake that we made here, where I went with this, and that was a handicap neutral. We'll just double check if that's the case, because we'll just double check if that's the case. So 16 is out. There's no question of 6. 8 is the question, how the 8 is going to get placed. So we got that. It is from gate number 3. So that's 22. $74, $64, $74. It's 22, 27, 5 and 9. So 34, 45 is here. That's 45. This is 48. We'll see how it works. I like the 6. I like the 6 with everything going on. That's the 6. Probably 19. These two are, God knows what they will do. The 17, 1, 10. Nobody is considering them as well. But I hope they're right. And we are also right. Then it is 6.
Just reached Lither Chestnut, like running through it. He's really lovely. Obviously, these darker horses do parade beautifully. When the sun hits their coat, it very much bounces off them. So I do need to be mindful of that. But regarding his demeanour, he looks to be cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, 6 looks good unless it gets tailed.
Coming for him, so always trouble like the winner here on the Kenzo to win his maiden first.
6 looks good unless it gets tailed.
Margins, the form through that race does look okay. It might be the little shot of confidence that he requires to go right on with the job now.
From memory, he's parading very similarly to how we saw him last start. So I think that obviously if he was a winner last start and this is how he paraded, then it's a big tick.
6 held to pay, John O'Shea, Tom Trott, and Emma Roper to claim 2.
Bleeker's first time. A lot of market confidence around this 3-year-old first up on the Kenzo a few weeks ago. Was no match for Engine Room. It did beat third easily. So shades on, fitter, creeps out to 1,300 metres. More depth here, but he's in there somewhere.
She's having a good, is having a good look around. His coat looks good, walking okay. He's just a little bit sticky walking forward there. He's sort of chomping on the bit. I think he's just trying to take everything in.
Canara is horse 8, Chris Waller, Tommy Berry.
She is testing my loyalty as far as the strike rate goes, but I'm thinking she's worth one more chance here in the context of her price. So never really travelled like the winner at Randwick last start, but it was in listed company and she suffered some pretty nasty interference. So forget the beaten margin. Fresh and since, little tick over trial, back in grade, and the 2 runs prior to last start in midweek company. Fantastic.
She's a nice filly, isn't she? There's absolutely no knocking her from the yard. She's clearly ticked over well. She's handling this preparation like a champ.
9, Pipparita, Chad Schofield and Sarah Ryan.
Has won 2 from 3 this time in, including winning here last start over 1,400 metres and on a wet track. Margin was only narrow, but showed a bit of desire there to scramble home, and the defeat this time back was actually by a narrow of the margin in a photo finish.
That's from the gate number 13.
Here, and she is against the boys, but she ticks a few boxes.
Yeah, she definitely does, and it's the same from the parade ring. She's clearly a really lovely type. You can see the way that she moves her body nicely. She's striding out. She's getting a nice roll along as she comes around the bend here in the parade ring. I think what I really like the most is how she does use her body. She parades beautifully.
10, Alinea, Rachel King for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Her first up run was better than it reads on paper. She shot up the inside, gave a bit of a kick, and momentarily looked the winner, but just collared that last 200 metres and really knocked up over the concluding stages. The market was very soft on her chances. It did suggest that she might need the run and did win out to 1,300 metres last campaign on the Kenzo. So the wet is a query, but a dry track certainly suits.
Well, you can tell a Gay Waterhouse Adrian Bott run it in the yard. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that earlier, but their horses, they don't come in underdone, do they? And Aliana is just like that.
Motoscarpo is the 11, Andy Atkins, John Thompson.
Came a long way back to win at Newcastle last start. That was a heavy track, and the time was okay, so I can make a little case for her at bigger odds. Even prior to that, her second to Flying Ambus had merit as well, so I can't say no at double figure odds.
Yeah, parades well. There's definitely no knocks on. I'm just trying to get a better look as they sort of slow down as the jockeys get up on board now. So Andy Atkins has just jumped on, and this horse seems to be handling everything okay.
15, Cordina, Regan Bayliss rides for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Touch further should suit, given the way she raced last start. Just hit a bit of a flat spot, but she was kicking again through the line. So Brave in defeat. That was her first exposure to a heavy track, and I think she gained a bit of confidence as the race went on. So mightn't have to work as hard early to settle handy.
She seems happy enough. I would say fitness-wise, maybe her stablemate has a little bit more on her.
Mignonette, the next runner for Chris Waller here, Tyler Schiller to ride. There's been good support for her.
Yeah, the grey, just like Mum Catkins, so it doesn't half look like Mum, does she? And she's also a wet tracker, as it turns out. So she's a lightly raced filly. Just start number 2 there last start at Newcastle, settled outside the lead and won quite well as an odds-on favourite. So there was a runner-up, there was a length back to the runner-up and 3.5 lengths back to third. There's more to come from her.
Yeah, she looks like she's come through that first run really nicely, and hopefully she'll really relish those track conditions today.
And our final runner, Pussyfoot, JVO riding for Michael Travis.
She's our race outsider, so well held at Wagga last start, out to the mile, back to 1,300 metres. Does look to suit, but I would prefer her in something slightly easier.
Yes, she looked fine in the yard, and there's no knocking on her whatsoever. She got a little bit up and about on her toes as soon as Sean jumped on.
Lewis, 15 is the linear, getting tailed, bro. 15 is the linear, it is getting tailed.
Super tough, but it's Favorita on top for me. I just think that she handles things so well. She's such an honest filly, and what really caught my eye about this runner is the way that she moves her entire body. Every single muscle is engaged, even when she was just walking around the parade ring. So if she can do that in the run, then you know that she's honest and will absolutely do her best.
Late mail numbers 8, 6, 4 and 15. Take your pick here. There's a $2.70 favourite. That doesn't really do the field justice because you can go a number of different ways. So 8 Canara on top for me. I know her conviction remains her strike rate, but I do think she is well placed in this company to bounce back from last start where she did have obvious excuses. So 6 Hell to Pay looks the obvious threat. There's depth to his form. I don't mind his form line. So I think he runs a race here at around that $8.50. 4 Maori Chief fits in quite neatly. Albeit you're taking $2.90 now to find out. That does look on the sharp side. And 15 Cordina goes in as the 4th pick. I think after the 1,300 metres does look to suit and can stride forward and potentially put herself into a winning position here, albeit there will be a touch of pressure in the early stages given the size of this field. But 8, 6, 4 and 15, Anthony.
Okay, so Mary Chief just after 290 now. Got into a short of about 260 there earlier on. 290, still the most popular runner, about 46% of all bets on Mary Chief, but just happy to sort of risk it a little late. Canara 850, Corey on 850, Hell to Pay 850, and we've laid in. Then we've got Dashing Rupert, who's at $9.50. In fact, Dashing Rupert's the second most popular runner outside of the favourite. Cordini is at 10, Mignonette's at 10, and we laid it earlier on, and I think it was as much as $15 there at one point. So I don't know if I'm being much help here. Mary Chief just, as I said, a little bit soft, out to 290, back to 280. Still
And what happens if that one jumps in and destroys everything?
Yeah. So, Mary Chief.
So moving into line quite well here. 280 is the call. 280 about Maori Chief. 850 about Corion has been one of the better longer price runners supported it. So moving in well. Moto Scarpo has been supported, moves into the gate. And Cordina goes cool. Mignonette won well at Newcastle last time. Mignonette number 16 here, being hounded by Tyler Schiller out to double figures. Now, Held to Pay has this wider draw to contend with, but blinkers go on today. Held to Pay and a roper with a 2 kilo plane. Now, Dashing Rupert, Alinea and Corion are the last three runners to move in. It's been a good day to be a fence sitter here. Maori Chief drawn the fence is the favourite, well supported favourite. It's taking 6 runs to win the maiden. Canara's trialled nicely enough leading up to this and has drawn barrier 2. Did James McDonald get the favourite home there in the previous Hell Bet on You? That was a real get out of jail performance, getting up to win it by a nose right on the wire from California Sunrise. This is race 6, the first leg of the main quaddie today, and the light is on. We're ready to run. Stand by for a break. Favourite on the inside.
Let's go, Lee. 6.
And they're racing. Maori
Baby,
well. So
where are you?
Outside. Moto Scarfu is nicely described.
4 is running.
Corion
PC! PC is on board. Come on, PC.
And Held to Pace trying to go forward, but there's no way in. Over on the inside,
Come
Canara
on.
slipping through.
Is that the 6?
The great Mignonette on the outside of Dashing Rupert. Then came Pipperita from Iron Hawk.
Let's go.
Pussyfoot is last of all. So the favourite Maori Chief is the leader. At the 800 metres, holding out Corion. Alinea in third, Cordina fourth. Then came Held to Pay, a length and a half, then to Canara on the inside of Moto Scarfield. And Mignonette moves up 3 wide, getting onto the back of Held to Pay. 600 to go. Maori Chief, the favourite, leads from Corion. Held to Pay is doing plenty of work in the run going to third. Then came Alinea, Cordina pocketed by Mignonette, and Canara's 3 fence. Maori Chief swings in front, opens up by 2 or 3. Held to Pay trying to sustain this run.
Bring it in.
Alinea. Further back to Corion, Canara, Mignonette, but inside the one.
Bring it in!
Well, Held to Pay fighting into the margin gradually. Maori Chief a length in front to Held to Pay. Maori Chief takes on. Maori Chief leads all the way. Held to Pay. Canara ran the third. Then came Alinea from Mignonette. Dashing Rupert running on. Further back to Pipperita, Cordina, Corion, Moto Scarfu.
Congratulations, PC. Lewis.
He got that maiden victory last time he was here, and he's been able to go back to back here this afternoon. Nasharula and Chris Waller combining defeats the 6 Held to Pay, who was quite good considering 8 Canara, I should say, has finished in third spot ahead of the 10.
4, 6, 8, and 10.
6, 8, and 10. It's amazing what a bit of confidence can do.
Absolutely, he's gone back to back now. Really had to roll up his sleeves there late. You can see the
Yeah. It was wide and the jock was a moron, man.
For home. You thought it was going to be a matter of how far, but he was left in front.
What was he doing? The entire race was...
Tied over the including stages, but he was always the winner, and he has done enough to hold on. So, yeah, he's just skipping through the grades now, isn't he? So full of confidence. He's got a great racing style, made his own luck. I didn't think he'd lead today, but Nash was happy to ride him like the best horse in the race, and it turned out he was. So he's got a good pedigree, and it's still all in front of him.
So what happened is that 4 won. Now, if we look at how it won is through the DICR. So you see the 4 and then the 6. This was on appreciation, and then the 8, and then what happened is the 10. The 9 did not do anything. The 11 did not do anything. And the 10 was the outer drift, which went in. So 8 was there in the game. These were given a lot of advantage, but did not work. The 9, even they spoke about the 9. The 9 was looking so good, but no, that did not happen. The 10 with that pressure line went through. 1, 3, 12, and 13 scratched. 7, 8, 9, 5.
Well, looking at him, beautiful riding training, pricked his ears, he travelled very kindly. And, you know, I think that's another sort of, another sort of knot in his bow, you know, that he can sort of do it from both ends a bit. And, you know, his turn of foot's his biggest advantage. I think that's what's actually sort of pictured there on the corner. So, yeah, when he's got a set, he's probably more impressive, I think.
Well done. 4, 6, 8, and 10. Anthony and Larry Chief goes back to back.
Okay, a bit of a drifter. They took him on, and they got burnt there, the tab traders, because he was too good for Nash and Chris. $3.160. Held to pay second. Canara's run third. 4, 6, 8, 10. Leaving it there, and switch up next. Okay, great to have company here on a Wednesday afternoon as we work our way through Kensington and also Ipswich. Race number 6 of Ipswich is 8 minutes away. Later on this evening at 7 p.m. here on Strike Over Central, we're doing News Central. Ray Thomas, Neil Green and myself. Big show to get through, of course, feature racing from Scone and also Doomben on Saturday, Doomben 10,000. We've got the Scone standalone meeting on Saturday. We'll cover all of that. Stacks more to get through as well. A lot of news articles that have sort of sprung up over the last week or so. So join us on News Central tonight from 7 p.m. For the moment, though, we're heading to Ipswich race number 6 during 6.
Welcome back to Ipswich for race 6 on the card, where it's quite the tussle for favouritism here between Lacometer and Texas Fireball. Just 10 cents splitting them. Lacometer being the shortest of the two at 3.90. This is a part 4. It's over a mile and 80. Pindram Gold is the first horse we're going to look at. Maxie's last win came with this T&D. Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Kyle Wilson Taylor.
Yeah, that was 3 starts ago, and he won it with plenty of authority. And I thought he's back for a good campaign. And he just hasn't gone on with it. Disappointing really, his last 2 starts. So we're relying on him to get back to that win here, back on the 19th of February. He does, then he's right up to his ears.
Back from a open handicap to a class 4. So he's sort of back in grade a bit.
Yeah.
What about Super Chilled? She is from the Chris Wallace stable, not Hello.
Yeah, this is the right distance for her. She ran 5th here last start. Similar trip behind Arthur's Game. Was pretty much wide most of the way. Drew out of barrier number 10. Build up a little bit. I thought it was okay. Kept finding the line quite well. Got to give a bit of weight away to some of these, showing a bit of promise down the bottom, but she had to be given a chance.
She does look stunning today too. Let's take a look at Downey number 3 for the Mark Curry stable. Cody Collins.
Yeah, 1, 2 in a row in Toowoomba before going to Saturday Metro a few weeks ago.
This is the 7th one here at Randwick today. This is an 1800 meter benchmark 64. The odds are like 7, 8, 9, and 5. 7 is the favorite. All right. If we look through the rails, 7 is in the top. If we look through the accuracy, 7 is in the top. 7 has the physics. 7 is in a good hand. 7 is the best BB. 7 has the 3rd best jockey. I mean, the jockey pressure. That's the 3rd best. Jockey, probably it's the 2nd best. And that's where it stands. It is well within the rails. 8 is the linear. 8 is a 39 by 41. This is a 43 by 5, so there's no comparison. It'll be difficult for this to beat this one. That's pretty much sure. Plus, it has a league race. Now, the thing that is possible is here. So that 2 is a 28 by 4, which is there. It's a drift, but that's not the largest drift. The largest drift is 4, which is gate number 10. This is gate number 9. So that's a 33 by 25. This is a 28 by 4 possible, because that's it's been given a drift, but that's God knows how that will work. Both of them are 7-year-old gelding, but this is the 3-year-old filly. So 7. There's no reason to think that the 8 is not going to be there. The 8 is going to be there in some form, but how, that is a question. 7 looks good. 33 by 25. 8 is 39 by 41. This is a bigger drift. This is the linear. a 7, 8. With a larger outer. With a larger outer. The inner will get in. The 4 will get in. The 4 is a check. 7. But how is that 8 is going to get placed? Is it second or third? 41, 25, 33, 39, 166. This is 133. This is good. This is better than the 4 actually. And that 6 is within the rails, so that's the largest. But the moment that happens, they kind of gets a little tricky. So the moment that happens, it gets a little tricky. The moment the drifts they get into within the rails, I don't know what happens to them. They act very weirdly. So not going there. 7 looks good. It's not the linear, but it's here. That's 43 by 5. That's the lowest pressure. The other lowest is here, which is a 28. A 7-year-old gilding. Here, that will not work. 6 is there within the rails. Should get in, but the 8 will also get in. The 8 is the linear, and here is another one. 11 is 11, 40 by 110, which is here. So 4, 10, 11, 10, 11, 3. Don't know, that's a little far-fetched, but that's 169, 179, 8 is good, 6 is good, this is 159. So chances are, since this is within the rails, this will get drifted out. Plus the appreciation is not huge on this. It's got the best jockey, but the appreciation is not great on this. Not that this is also great, but it's got physics. It's got a good hand. $166. That's the highest, correct? So that's there. Then this is 133. That's the second one. 6, 7, 3, 10, 25, 41, 25. Chances are 8 will get to the second position. Chances are 8 will get to the second position. This is the best. Here what happened is the 4 was a 38 by 37 and our Mr. 6 was a 45 by 64. 38 by 37, almost half the pressure plus a good hand. Almost half the pressure, even through that it is 338, that's 816. Huge relaxation on this horse. Here this is a 43, that's like that. This is handicaps relaxation. So 5, that 6 stays a check. I don't know what it'll do, but 7 looks good. 7 looks good. 7 looks good.
But you'll be able to Spill the Secret or Canadian Express. Then Downey, Texas Fireball. Mystic Lacometer never got into it. Then Cape Crusader, Tin from Gold, and Brickling last over the line.
All right, David Super Chill, given a 10 out of 10 ride by the King, Noel Callow. He had her travelling beautifully in behind them. She was travelling strongly. It was like, let me at him. It's only been a narrow win, but a good solid win by this mare. That's a 5th win at start 35, a daughter of Churchill. She got up by around about a head. The issue is for 2nd and 3rd. Spill the Secret led today and made a really good kick, and you can see Canadian Express getting up on the rail, so hard to line their noses up. Then Downey, Texas Fireball, you can see the Phillies getting home. Lacometer in the pink and Misty number 13. They were too far back. They had none. And Super Chilled in the right spot has got the money. Now 12 gets 2nd Spill the Secret, 3rd to 10 Canadian Express, 4th to 3 Downey, 2, 12, 10 and 3.
And I have Georgia Crow on behalf of winning trainer Chris Waller to have a chat to us about Super Chilled. I made note that she was absolutely glowing today, Super Chilled.
Yeah, she looks brilliant. She's a mare that really does hold her condition well. She looks great all the time. So, yeah, no, it's good. I think it was well-deserved win today.
So, yeah, only beaten a length and a half last start. She's not necessarily the easiest horse to catch, but we were watching the race together here today, and it was hard not to be quietly confident, sort of even passing the 1,000 when she started. You know, she's just able to increase, get closer to the leaders without spending any energy, really.
Yeah, she had a lovely run there. It was a great pickup ride from Noel Callow. I'm sure he'll be pleased about that. She's such a straightforward, easy, lovely mare to ride. So, I think she does conserve her energy. She's travelling well. She's obviously rock hard fit at the moment. She's had a few runs now. So, yeah, we were quietly confident, and it was good. It paid off.
Do you ride her?
She's a beautiful ride. We will ride. Yeah.
She's a shared girl. Now, she's actually going to be up for sale. She's off to the mare's sale, Magic Millions mare's sale.
Yeah, I think that always happens, isn't it? As soon as you let them know that they're up for sale, they go and win. So, yeah, it's great. I mean, she may have another run now or she may go for the sale. Either way, it's great for the owners and good for Chris.
And good for somebody looking to buy her as well, given that if they want to buy her as a racing proposition.
Yeah, another Metro race on her. CV looks very good.
Good on you, Georgia. Well done.
Thanks, Freddie.
And there she is, Georgia Crow. We'll have a chat with Noel Callow, perhaps. He's actually still on this horse, so he could be a while away.
Yeah, he doesn't mind the chat, does he?
Yeah, it's good for a chat. It's very entertaining too.
He's going well.
Yeah.
Going well.
Yes.
He's a real confidence jockey too.
He's almost a comedian when he's going well.
Yep, you just give him a good alley and it'll just get the run of the race, just like you saw there.
Well, he won a Group 2 just a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
Yes, Annabelle and Rob, depth of character.
That's him.
In the Queensland Guineas. He ran well depth of character. They backed him up quickly. They put him on the truck and backed him up last Saturday at Coast. At Gosford, he ran 2nd. He's been a really tough horse, hasn't he?
Isn't he?
Depth of character.
Very tough. Busy going to weigh in. We might have missed him. I'll chase him out, Maxie.
Righto.
We'll chase him up. Just doing
Neck and a half head with the margin, so there wasn't a lot in it. She did loom as if she was going to really put them away, but the others fought back, and she got another Metropolitan win on the CV. So she's had a few Metro wins, this girl, and she will end up being a nice brood mare. She's a good sort too, good sized mare.
She's beautiful.
Bernie, they might want to continue to race her, or try and get her in foal this coming spring.
win number 5 at start number 35, a pickup ride for you, Noel. Gosh, you love these lucky pickup rides, don't you?
Yeah, I get a good steer of that. But the jockey's coach, Michael MJK, will give me a few instructions, and he's there for about half an hour. I said, mate, don't take out a training block. He told me heading about a pickup money, but he gave me the right advice, and yeah, had a good run on it up to the line.
Well, he still rides work, doesn't he, at Chris's?
He does. He's don't want to give his age away. He's no spring chicken, but she's on the back of a horse at his age. No, thanks.
You'll be retired by then. Exactly. You talk about the run you got throughout. You're just creeping without spending anything.
Yeah, it drew okay, and I knew Misting would be back. I knew Better Be Naughty wouldn't start jump, so that sort of brought me in a couple of extra barriers. But I just sort of got into a nice spot when they were working out what they were going to do, and then there was a little bit of movement. I just sort of snuck up the inside and followed Robbie, and the tempo wasn't that strong, hence why they've for that finish, and in the right spot. So well, you sit there and hang on. McDonald's been doing it for 25 years.
John does it well. Good on you, Noel.
Thanks.
There it is. 2 bigs, 12, 10, and 3. Anthony?
He's still good, the king, isn't he? He's still got it. He's in the twilight of his career as well, but he can punch one out as good as anyone these days, the king. Super chilled wins there, defeats the Spill the Secret Canadian Express. You love Noel Callow in a tight finish. He very rarely goes under when it comes down to a close one. Let's leave it there. Kensington race 7 is up next. We're 8 minutes away. We're getting through 9 races at Kensington. Here's the market for the 7th, 12 to 260. Golden Smile at 440. Lugano 550 and Rodagilla $7. Let's get to the team on track. Chantel Buckley, Brad Gray, Kirsten Duke.
Okay, thanks, Ant. Let's kick it off with horse number 2, Hoitu. Richard Collett, Mitch Stapleton to take 3 off his back.
He did enough first up. That was at Newcastle over the 1,500 metres. Sets up his campaign quite well. You'd think he'd need one more run to hit his peak, but out to the 1,800 metres does look to suit, and he's a horse that is effective on wet ground.
He looks like he's come through that first up run well, but I would agree, Brad, in the sense that he does look like he still might have a tiny bit of tightening up to do. Saying that, he does parade nicely. He's a big fella, cool, calm, collected. He's using his body well, so there's no knocks there.
Unique Prince is horse number 4, Molly Burke to take 2 off for Peter Morgan.
The last start Albury winner, so last run on a heavy track, he ran 3rd to County Kilkenny in the Albury Mile. So his record does suggest that he is better on top of the ground, so that's a little query here, but he's a last start winner, albeit this is harder.
He's got the 2 handlers on him and obviously those red earmuffs on, so I was expecting him to be a little bit more up and about, but he seems to be handling these parade very well.
5, Lugano. Will Stanley claims 3 for John Thompson.
Expected a touch more from him at Canterbury last start, and so did John Thompson, listening to him a few races ago. So had his first try beyond the mile there a few weeks back. He settled outside the lead and was just a little bit weak over the concluding stages. It was quite a testing track and a deteriorating track, so maybe we can be forgiving. You look at the official last 600 metre split on that occasion, it was 38.75, so it was a real test of stamina.
It's interesting that he looked a little bit weak last start because he definitely doesn't parade that way today. I mean, he's fit, he's tight, his coat looks good, and I think that he might turn his form around.
On to Tennille now, and a roper for Annabelle and Rob Archibald.
She's a great wet tracker, so that brings her right into play here, hence why there has been support for her at double figure odds. So last start she was okay at Canterbury, but that was on a good track. So one at Newcastle prior to that on a heavy track shouldn't be too far away in the run, given the lack of speed in the race and where she draws. I think she's a great hope.
Yeah, she seems very chill. It's really nice to see her just wandering around, taking everything in. She's striding out nicely. She hasn't turned a single hair.
Swelter is the 7, James McDonald and Chris Waller.
She's your favourite. She's a little bit easy in betting, but I think that's more a market correction because I think you're entitled to be shopping at a touch better than $2.50, which was her price for a long time. So her form does suggest she is more comfortable on top of the ground, but digging back through her form, I do think that's largely circumstantial. Bad luck, shorter trips and stronger company have been to blame for those prior disappointing runs on soft and heavy ground. So it comes through the Adrian Knox. She made some late ground. That was a race that did turn into a real sprint home. So a nice trial since then.
Yeah, I'm not sure really what to make of her here in the yard. She's definitely not she's not hot, she's not being silly, she's sort of taking everything in, she's walking along. There's no knock on her, but I think I was just expecting, especially looking at her form on paper, for a really fit, lean, flashy type, and she's not necessarily that. But I do think she still might run a nice race.
8 Golden Smile, a bit of specking here. Tommy Berry, Chris Lees.
Well, she looks your leader, so that might be half the battle in terms of finding the winner here. Lightly raced 5-year-old import. She arrived in Australia with just the 1 star to her name. Didn't fire in 2 runs in her first campaign on the back of a long break, but got her dues last start. Just took that preparation to acclimatise. There she was, 4th up last time in, out to the 1,890 metres, and she led and absolutely bolted in. So we know she'll stay the trip. She handles wet, she's got tactical speed, and she's got upside.
Looking at her now, and you can tell she's an import. Just looking at her gives me flashbacks from when we used to ride out in Newmarket. She's just that classic English type. She's a little bit lighter. She's a little bit. They're almost built a little more like a greyhound. Whereas the Aussie horses I find are just a lot thicker and stronger and more powerful looking, but she looks fantastic. She's clearly held the little sort of condition that she does have, considering she is a lighter type, and she's clearly held that incredibly well. Her muscles look good and her coat looks fantastic.
Retigilla, the 9, Chris Waller and Tim Clark.
He made an early move there at Gosford last start. That saw him just a little bit weak late, just peaked on his run. So it can be a touch forgiving in terms of the beaten margin. He's a lightly raced 3-year-old, just the 5 stars to his name. And he might have some upside getting out to the 1,800 metres for the first time. I thought he was well found in betting at around that $5. No surprise to see him a touch soft.
He's having some fun here in the parade ring. He's clearly a chatty fella. He's sort of throwing his head around a little bit. He's having a play with the bit and the lead rope. The strapper's just trying to ignore him like a naughty little toddler, just letting him do his thing. He's completely harmless. He's clearly feeling full himself.
10, Ferris Crystal, Dave Fife for Taylor Schiller.
It all clicked for her at Gosford last start, so I'm not sure what changed, but it was a dominant win. So she won at $31 there, but looking at the replay, you'd think she was an odds-on favourite. She ripped clear at the finish. That was out to the 2,100 metres, and it was her first exposure to wet ground. So maybe that had something to do with it. It was a Class 1, so she was also racing out of her grade, being eligible for maiden company. So we'll get a better line on her after today, but that win 3 weeks ago on face value has to make her a player here.
Fitness is absolutely no question mark when it comes to this competitor. She's just flicking her toes out there, having a little look at the ground. But she looks to be very happy, feeling good, and yeah, fitness-wise, my goodness, her muscles are absolutely popping.
And Bearings, our final runner, 11, John Sargent, Jean Benoit.
An improving John Sargent trained staying filly, so that piques interest from the get-go with that profile alone. So it does come into this a first-up narrow maiden winner at Goulburn last start, but straight out to the 1,800 metres. That was her first exposure to wet ground, so she ticks that box. She was well beaten by Swelter back in January at Kempler Grange, but she's come on since then, no doubt.
Yeah, she's a nice filly. I'm not sure who did the quarter marks on her, but she's got little hearts over her hind, which is very, very sweet. And she parades nicely.
All right, Denny Greer from the Chris Flees stable is alongside me. Dan, she was brilliant the other day on that very wet track at Newcastle.
Yeah, she was really good. Horse we've had a good opinion of for a long time, and it was good to see her get that win last start at Newcastle.
Tactics today, does she just bowl along and do her thing?
Yeah, exactly. She's pretty one pace, so we'll try and take advantage early and find a nice prominent position.
I like that she's worked her way through and now she gets a chance in town. Obviously a little bit harder today, but off that win you'd think she'd be right up to it.
Yeah, exactly. Off a nice win like that, we take plenty of confidence coming to town.
Bengal Bay in the 8th.
Yeah, look, he's a horse that's raced well here before, so he probably needs an extra little bit of distance, but we expect him to run well.
And then Powerful Peg in the final race.
Yeah, she's a consistent mare on a day, and she's working well at home. We expect her to bring that form to the races today.
Best of luck, Dan.
Thank you.
Kirsten, with your luck.
That was a great segue for me because it is Golden Smile on top. She just looked to be so happy. She's clearly found her feet now. She's settled in. She sort of had that one preparation here where she just had to find her feet, and she just looks like she's very much done that. Fitness-wise, she absolutely ticks the boxes. She's a lovely type. She's super athletic, and I really hope she can get the win here.
Late mail numbers 7, 8, 6 and 11. I'm with Swelter here. Not too concerned about the late drift with her. I just think it's a market correction as opposed to any negative element to her form. So she's a little gap between runs, but her run was probably better than it reads on paper there in the Adrian Knox. Those that fought out the finish, Polymnia and Belle Datel, clocked some of the fastest closing splits across the entire meeting that day. So she never really had the chance to get into the race, and you're shopping at $2.80, having briefly hit $3, and that was the trigger point for punters to step in and take that price. Dangers, Golden Smile, she'll make her own luck. She comes into this a good last start winner, given she will get on speed favours in a race where there doesn't look to be a lot of pressure on paper. She gets her chance. I think it
Doesn't look like anybody has gotten paid.
She's a much better wet tracker than she is dry tracker, so be forgiving of that last start performance and go on her win 2 starts ago. That puts her in the mix. I'm inclined to keep her safe, and Bearings, another horse that I want to keep a little bit safe at double figure odds. An improving filly with John Sargent. This is another step up of what she did there last time out, but given the profile that she has, I wouldn't be surprised to see her improve a few lengths here. So 7, 8, 6 and 11. 7 Swelter on top, shopping at $2.90 now, Anthony.
Yeah, just getting out a little bit. Look, we opened at 280 and then obviously we laid it and it came into that sort of 230, 240 quote, just back out to probably where she started, 280, 290. Still the most popular runner, about 45% of all bets is on Swelter, and Golden Smile about 30% of all bets, a little less than that on Golden Smile. So between them, they hold 70% of the investment. The third most popular runner outside of those two is Tennille. So it'll be Swelter or Golden Mile, according to the punters. That's the way the market is trending. Final thoughts, Brad, Shenny, while they load?
I don't have any final thoughts, but Brad, how do you see this panning out?
As far as speed, you've got Golden Smile, who looks to go forward here and potentially get control like we saw last time. I don't think the stable would be too keen to change anything, given how effective she was under those circumstances last start. I think Unique Prince can slide across, and Logano won't be too far away. I think he'd like the prospect of finding just a little bit of cover, but you can see there the 1,800-metre start point on the Randwick Kenzo. They do start on a turn, so it's only a small field, but there might be a little bit of a rush for those horses to find a spot from the get-go. So just looking at markets here, not a lot has changed since Anthony gave you an update before. So $2.80 is your price for Swelter. She seems to have found her mark at around that point. $2.50 was the bottom price. You've got Golden Smile, $4.80, just $5 on the NOP, so you might shop a touch better if you just wait 30 seconds or so. But other than that, I think these prices are just about where they'll settle now. Rodagilla has been met with some support, which has caught me off guard. I thought he was the one that was going to be a touch easy, but punters were happy to take that $7.50 back into $6. So Swelter, now a $2.90 chance. Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Brad. So Rabbit's 90 seconds behind time here. The loading process has started, so we will be underway in probably about 30 seconds or so. So we might hand it up to Darren. This is the second leg of the quaddie, race number 7.
So James McDonald looking for a double. Really did pull a rabbit out of his hat, getting hell-bent on New Home in the 5th race.
7.
Now Swelter moving in, Tennille moving in.
PC's on 8.
The last two to go forward, Unique Prince and the yellow.
It'll come in. It probably is 786.
Which is a first-up winner at Goulburn. Now making the trip to town, this filly, over 1,800 metres. So they're all locked away. The red light is flicked on, and we're ready to run. Swelter favourite. Ready now. Gates are back and they're off and racing. Logano left well, so did Golden Smile. Logano's going to lead though. Swelter's going to take up a forward roll there, moving to third in the early stages. Rodagilla moves up together with Wetu, and Camp just behind them in the early stages is Tennille about midfield. Couple lengths further back then to Pharaoh's Crystal, who takes a spot on the rails. On the inside, Unique Prince, and Bering settled back last of all. Logano holds the lead, travelling strongly in the lead too, Logano, by a length on Golden Smile, racing under restraint second, a couple off to Rodagilla, and the favourite Swelter up into a clear 4th and about 4 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Wetu on the inside of Tennille, further back then to Pharaoh's Crystal on the inside of Unique Prince, and 2 lengths away to Bearings last of all. So the field fairly well strung out. Logano at pace leads the way by a length and a half. Golden Smile racing under a double wrap. Couple off to Rodagilla, plonk third the inside of the race favourite Swelter, who's one out one.
Right, dude. This is where you gotta do that thing.
Further back to Unique Prince on the outside of Pharaoh's Crystal, and Bearings the entire field. They've got 600 metres to go now. Logano's been well back. Held together by Will Stanley.
Bring it in, dude. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in.
On the outside. Then Rodagilla. And Swelter with cover as they come around the turn. Logano's got Golden Smile under immense pressure.
Run, baby.
In front, but Rodagilla quickly came off the fence to challenge.
Yes,
Now,
run.
to take the lead.
Come on, what are you doing?
It's got a big job to win from there. Rodagilla with a head full of steam, beating off Logano. Swelter can't make a yard on them. And Rodagilla had the nice trail on the back of the
You kidding me?
Pushing away. That's been a good win, Rodagilla. Beating Logano, Swelter third. Bearings has made up plenty of ground to run fourth. They absolutely gapped the rest. Golden Smile, it stopped sharply. Then came Wetu, followed by Pharaoh's Crystal, Unique Prince, and tailed off was Tennille.
He was spot on there. Rotigilla, there was a bit of support late for him, and it paid dividends there. So number 9, Rotigilla, Chris Waller and Tim Clark combining here, defeating the 5, which was
9-5.
to lost it back in third spot. 7, Swelter, and fourth spot was 11 Bearing. So the numbers
7-11.
5, 7, 11.
And the leader's back beats the leader there, so probably in terms of where they settled.
Low grade.
How that race did play out, but I don't think anything
Garbage. That 9 was the EW on a benchmark 64. 36, but there's advantage. There is advantage on the 9. I mean, what exactly do? We just play advantage. There's nothing else to it. Nine, then 5. It started running from the very beginning. 9, 5, 27. And these people, they just waited for eternity. They just waited for eternity to make things happen. 11, I understand. 11 was good. 11 was a 40/27. We spoke about 11 should come in. But is that what you do? PC, did you buy a gun? I think it's high time you start using it. Twelve and 13 has been scratched. 4, 10, 5, 7. Here is what happening with the eighth one. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 10, 5, and 7. 4 is the favorite. 4 is not the linear. 4 is nothing, but it is the favorite. It's a 36, has advantage. 1800 meter here. What happened with that 9? It was an EW with advantage. 36 by minus 14. That was a 36. Here, the advantage is here. The 64 by minus 22. That's the one, which is again an EW. I'm out. I will not play this. The drift is here. That's the largest, 2764. That's gate number 9. That's 6, 9. The linear is 10. That makes sense. That is the linear. That's the drift. $42 by 73. It doesn't have this side of the rails, but it's in good hands. 6, 9, 9, 10, 6, and that is 4, which is the favorite. 6, 5, 9, 7 is there. It's in good hands. 41 by 41, 9 is 42 by 73. Obviously, it's a linear. The jock. Where is the jock? On 5. That's the second linear. Doesn't have this side of the rail. This one doesn't have that side of the rail. 60, 70, 80. This is the best jock, actually. This is the best jock who doesn't have any pressure. Almost nil. That's not the best jock, but a lot of pressure. This is 40, 35, 22, 64. I mean, that's exactly what happened here. 14, 9, EW, the same thing, EW, but it's a bad combination, actually. You see, that horse, if it is like that, then it is a bad scene. This, like this, is okay. That, like that, is bad. That should have been, this should have been like this. It's a bad one. It's a bad one. This probably is not the thing. See, that's not going to happen. That will not happen. So this basically is a drop in class. Hey PC, can you please explain how the drop in class works? That's 9, 10 is here. The only one which is within the rails is this one, 7, which is gate number 1. 41, 73. This is minus 5. 43. Nothing makes sense, actually. Nothing makes sense. 52, 15, 8. That's here. Here, 32, 30, 11. That's the largest drift. So this is good. The 6 is good. The 6 is good on a drift. This one I don't know. It's again within the rails. Will behave differently here. Within the rails, it behaves differently. This is still not this side of the rails. Is not there. It's there. 6, 8, 9. 36, 44 minus 5, 7. Four is not happening, that's sure. The question is 9, which is 73. Then 25, 4, here 2, 3. This jockey has never been here. This jockey has never raced here. I mean, all the worst horses, they are with appreciation, and he forty, 35, 8, so 8, 11, 15. This is 2, 7, 2, 5, 6. So that's the drift. And this one is within the rails. 1, 41. This is 73. This next is for you. 3 is a class dropper from Kent, benchmark 72. 3. Yes. 3. What about 4, PC? Please tell me all these horses, PC. Let's figure this thing out. What about 10? 10 is a class dropper. 3, I understand. 4 and 2. 10, 4, 3 and 2. This is also there. This is like these are like class droppers. 4, 3, 2, 10, 1. Especially the 10. Yes, so that's exactly what I was trying to explain yesterday, that this is where we are getting that it is a class dropper. So when that happens, it's a 64, it dropped in class, it came down to EW. Now that's a brilliant toss. It's a class dropper, the biggest one after 12. 12 is another one. Both of them has gone to EWs. But let's forget that. That's anyway a bad horse. This one is a good one. This one is a good one. It's a 64 accuracy. I mean, the accuracy is it's better to refer it as rating, which is happening within the distribution of weights. It is not the rating what we'll get here on RaceNet. RaceNet, what is 10 showing? 10 is 59. It is 64. So you can actually take this as a rating. So that looks like a class dropper. All these horses are dropper, but with advantage. All right. So now that's the biggest one, and it went to an EW. So if it, I mean, there's no guarantee whether it will get up and start running. That's a bad place to be in the first place on a benchmark race. That's a bad place to be. You can't be an EW all of a sudden after your stuff like that, your accuracy like that, and then you become an EW. Obviously, you're a moron. So what is the guarantee that you will get back? So then here is what is the things that are going up in class. Now, this one is with a 73 pressure, and this one, the 8, is a 50, which is also suffering with a 15, and 11 is 6. 6 is the highest drift. This is 30. This is good. 9. That's anyway what we play. The largest drift and the linear. Here it is 73. This is 11. 78, 35. Man, they're doing something very sneaky. But it doesn't have a jock to carry this. This is a claimer jock. It will not work. It's a claimer jock on this horse 9, so it will not work. So this is the next highest torque on these two horses. 7 is well between the rails. 41, 155. This again is a weird jog. This is a good jog. This is a good hand. 7. That's the best horse right now at this point of time. I mean, that's what it is. With management, Good horse. This is the next. So 7 is from gate number 1. And this is from gate number 9. One, 9. What is there anything in between? Seven, 6. Now the question is, now this thing, it's a 36, it's a 30, 11, and this is like that. So 4 and 7 probably is a queen.
He's made on a heavy track, so
I don't know.
He's only just come into the yard, so I'm getting first glimpses of him here. He's got a little march on. He clearly
Yeah, that's exactly Jerry. That's exactly what is there in the sheet as well. That it is a moron.
that was on a good track, and it was an easy $41 chance.
But it has a huge advantage.
Did come over this track and trip, so a bit of a history of running well on the Kenzo 1800 metres. That was in September last year. Still inclined to see it one more time.
He surprised me. He's clearly come through.
Bad races, PC. Bad races. Why are they doing all this?
Continue with Jason Collin, David Payne is the 3.
I think we're all guilty of underestimating him last out of Canterbury. He went around big odds and he nearly defied that. He still ran really well. That was coming off a narrow main.
Now that's a 36.
Flooded last up by the testing heavy conditions, but another wet track here, gets his toe into the ground, he's still improving, and he strikes this third up, so he might have some role to play in Queensland if I'm blocking up.
I might be guilty of underestimating him here. His coat has turned a little bit underneath his stomach. However, his quarter marks look nice and he looks fair.
4 and favourite Anderson Bridge, James McDonald, Chris Waller.
Has followed the line well in 2 runs back, so adding merit to his latest was he was back to the 1400 metres, outpaced early as you'd expect, but he was doing his best work through the line. Third up, 1800 metres, finds James McDonald. His strike rate is the obvious, not one win from 14 starts, but as far as setups go, it looks perfect today.
I think this step up in distance is going to suit this horse down to the ground. He's a really big, free-moving type, and I just think that extra bit of length in the home straight will do him wonders.
Eclair Awesome is the 5, Karen McAvoy and Matt Smith.
Change of tactics, option to be further forward if begins well from the wide gate. So she is a filly that's humming at the moment. She's chasing 4 on the bound. She has been beautifully placed by the stable as she works her way through the grade. She relished this trip 2 weeks ago to win emphatically, gave them a start and rounded them up. Second and third have won since through that race. She handles it wet. Still doing it all in her first campaign, but she's showing no signs at all of slowing down.
She might be a little bit smaller than the favourite just in the parade ring here, but my word, she clearly has heart. And parade-wise, I wouldn't be surprised if she continues to add to this winning streak.
6 is Presley, Adam Hieronymus for Annabelle and Rob Archibald. Few gear changes for him today. His band comes off and the stallion chain will be used.
A few little gear changes, and he does have some residual fitness. So 10 weeks between runs. One well at Newcastle out to the 2300 metres before that break. His trials have been okay. He's just been working through the line as you'd expect, given he is a staying prospect. So kicking off over 1800 metres gives him the chance to hit the ground running. I was a bit of a market watch on him, and there is a little bit of support for him at longer odds.
Definitely ticking boxes parade-wise in the sense that he looks fit enough to be able to handle this 1800 metres first up. I don't know if I'd just like to see him come through the run and maybe even step up over a little further.
Kenmare Bay, 7, Tommy Berry, John O'Shea, Tom Charlton.
Blinkers off first time, Winkers first time. Never really had the chance to travel at Gosford last start. Went favourite. He had to work early. He was caught wide. Was the first horse to come under pressure. So back out to the 1800 metres now. Looks to suit. Beaten favourite at his past 3 starts. So it has become a little bit costly for punters who have followed him. But that profile does warrant respect.
He's not lacking personality, this horse. He might be a little bit of a fizzy type. He's sort of chomping on the bit there. The strapper's doing a good job just to not ignore his antics and just stride along with him. But he just looks like he really wants to get on with the job.
Dynamic 1 is the 8, Molly Burke Rance for Mick Travers, takes 2 off.
He looked the winner at Wagga at one point there last start. Had to settle for second. He's hard fit deep into a preparation, holding his form well, more depth here. But he does like wet tracks and he hasn't raced on one for quite some time.
He's starting to get a little bit up and about on his toes, saying that he has just settled back down, and I would like to see him remain settled because he was starting to get a little bit warm underneath the girth, and I'd like to see him be able to conserve his energy for this longer trip.
9 is Valiant Bomb, Jim and Greg Lee. Have you Vanderhoven?
A lot of race 3-year-old, so won his Golden Maiden at start 2. And then led over the 1,500 metres, did that comfortably, transition straight into a pretty deep benchmark 64 at Kemper Grange a few weeks ago, went second to Last Command. I was coming away on the line with the winner. That says to me 1,800 metres, holds no fears, he'll stride forward, he'll settle in the first couple. And Hyperbolic, who ran third, has come out and won to break that form line.
He's another nice mover. I mean, he's slowed down a little bit now as the jockeys are just jumping on board, but whilst watching him get down the longer side of the parade ring, and when he strides out, he looks good.
10, Ella Hazel, Richard Litt, Josh Park.
Back in grade after not quite measuring up in the binary start stakes there and the ATC Oaks at her past 2 starts. She'll be glad to see the back of Treasure the Moment, that's for sure. So 4-week freshen, back to the 1,800 metres, back in grade. Heavy track holds no fears. Do wish we saw a touch more from her late as far as her closing speed at her past 2 starts, but she looks better placed in this company.
She's a wonderful filly. She's just getting up on her toes as they start to head out now, and Josh Parr is on board, but she's got those red earmuffs on, and it's nice to see her switched on, but she's not getting silly.
And 11 is our final runner, Tempranillo, Chris Waller, Taylor Schiller.
Interesting move for this filly. So she's still eligible for maiden grade. So the fact that Chris Waller's happy to run here might say that the stable hold her in high enough regard. So I do respect the placement of Chris Waller. No match for Golden Smile last start, went second, but she might be building towards something.
Yeah, parade-wise, she definitely looks good. I was just catching the last of her there as she walked out. She looked to be moving nicely and seems to be cutting through the runs and taking everything in her stride.
All right, horses out on the track. Tom Charlton is with me again. All right, Khmer Bay, a few genuine excuses for last time out.
Yeah, the runs beforehand, this preparation have been excellent. And then we probably just rode him like a good thing last time. So we put him into the race, probably over-raced and just never really unfolded for him. So I think barrier 1 today probably suits. He'll just come out nice and soft on him. And he should be able to hopefully find that rhythm. Draw shouldn't be an issue with the track's playing. And he's definitely up to this grade, but he just needs to step back to his best form to be able to do it today.
The blinkers off, the winkers on.
Yeah, well, see, the blinkers went on last time and it just probably overdid it and perhaps just didn't get in that rhythm of breathing properly. So we just tinkered with the gear, but I think the draw is really important.
Sydney Bowler in the next. I heard John the other day. He's quite confident on the radio about him. Is he ready to win?
Absolutely. He's a horse who's progressed really well this preparation, obviously coming off an extended period off. We thought he was pretty unlucky last time, and we think he's continued to improve with each time. So there's no reason why he couldn't figure today he's going particularly well.
Would he settle a bit closer if possible?
I think so, yeah. I think he could have done last time and just got shuffled back and they just kept dragging out the race. So, yeah, I think he's a pretty versatile horse in that respect. Looks to have drawn a barrier that probably gives him options.
Thanks, Tom. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Houston, what do you like?
I'm going to go on a coffee on 70.
I was not expecting this filly to look so well together, considering she is slightly further into the preparation. I thought maybe she would have tightened up. Over behind, maybe with her muscles starting to really feel the pitch, but she isn't whatsoever. Her coat looks good, she looks relaxed, she looks ready, she's switched on enough, but not at all getting silly, and I'm really liking that.
This is new. This is absolutely new. This is not what it was here at Randwick 3 months ago. 3 months ago,
for this horse, which seems a little bit rude.
the horses would, the best horse wins. That's it. You identify the best horse, that's it.
But he's still a 3-year-old staying.
But now they're playing like the suburban tracks where it is advantage. What nonsense. Now that 64, that 10 is a class dropper
Is a little bit concerning, I must admit that.
with the highest advantage. If that gets
They're
in,
awesome. I like that change of tactics. There is some intent to offset the
God knows.
potentially go forward. She's only a handful of race starts, but on what we've seen today, she's still improving and she does have tactical versatility. She's raced well from up on top of the speed last start. She came from a long way back to score a career best victory for Anderson Bridge. The gamble there is whether you can trust him to break through. His strike rate doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, but setup-wise...
But now what they're doing is they're promoting. It's like, bring in bad horses, give them advantage and make them win.
Alongside Last Command last time. He's only had 4 career starts to his name also, and he too is a lightly raced 3-year-old. A lot of those in that same category here. So
You're bringing in all moron horses and then you're giving them not yet, Lee. Nothing got tailed.
About a third of all bets on Anderson Bridge. So entitled to be a touch shorter given the hold. Kenmare Bay 460. Ella Hazel's at 5. Tempranillo's 650. A Clear Awesome 850. Valiant Bombs at 12. Dynamic.
By the way, 4 is the biggest defaulters. These people never won. Today it is the favorite.
We actually have laid it, right? So I don't think you're on your own with Sacro Catino. $26, and we have laid it. It's probably the most popular
That's 4.
of those.
That's like 60%.
But Anderson
Drift out.
Despite being a bit soft,
8 is 73.
Favorite, $4 tag fixed. They're moving in. Here's Darren.
They never deliver.
Thanks, Anthony. So Tempranillo, the filly who goes into this as a maiden's been brought back. She chased home Golden Smile. Timing's not ideal. Golden Smile dropped right out in the previous race, but this filly by the Autumn Sun having a 4th run, trained by Chris Waller, drawn well in barrier 2. Tempranillo is now 4th pick. So
the entire quality of the races has dropped, PC. That's what I think. Up till the Australian Cup, all the good horses were racing. But during the winters, I think, what has happened, the good horses are not racing. It is only these horses which are there, and they are racing with advantage.
Set to go. And they're racing now. Claire Awesome taken back to last early. Valiant Bomb, Presley jumped well together with Dynamic One, Ella Hazel handy. Close up there is Kenmare Bay as they find their positions, and Tempranillo's one off the fence. Kenmare Bay's well fancied here, pulling its head off down on the fence. 2 after Bengal Boy, then came Anderson Bridge. He's got 3 behind, Spirit of Gaylard, then came Sacro Catino, and a Claire Awesome picking up ground between runners. So Valiant Bomb takes the lead by a length and a half to Presley. Dynamic One grab leaders back 3rd. Then Tempranillo handily positioned 4th, 2 clear for Ella Hazel. They're followed then by Kenmare Bay. Still wants to throw the head up a bit in the runner. 2 up to Bengal Boy on the inside of Anderson Bridge. Then came Spirit of Gaylard from Sacro Catino. And a head back last of all as they start the run down the side was Sacro Catino there together with the other one's just obscured. So it's Valiant Bomb in front by a half length to Presley. Then Dynamic One, Tempranillo. Kenmare Bay been pulling, so it takes closer order. Followed by Spirit of Gaylard out wide from Ella Hazel. 2 after Anderson Bridge from Bengal Boy, a Clear Awesome and Sacro Catino. Rolling to the turn, Valiant Bomb, a length and a half, 2 in front. Presley under immense pressure. Followed then by Dynamic One, the roughie going to 2nd. Into the straight, Valiant Bomb being joined by Valiant One. Ella Hazel slipping through.
Run, baby! There is a race going on. You gotta run. There's no looking back. Run, baby.
Down the challenge. Dynamic One and Ella Hazel clear from
run. God, man, you are such a
Bay. Ella Hazel 2 strong there, won it by a length. Dynamic One
good.
2 lengths away. It's a photo for 3rd.
10
Bay and Anderson Bridge.
Brilliant.
Brunillo, followed by Valiant Bomb, Bengal Boy, then Presley, Sacro Catino, Spirit of Gaylard. Claire Awesome was under plenty of pressure a long way out and finished last.
Number 10, Ella Hazel, Richard Lent and Josh Clark.
Yes, thank you.
To give this filly her 2nd win at start. And number 7, she defeats the 8, Dynamic One. Back in 3rd spot was Kenmare Bay, and in 4th was Anderson Bridge. 10, 8, 7, and 4. Brad, she was back in grey, and she got the job done.
She delivered, didn't she? So there wasn't a lot of support for her late in betting, albeit did max out at about 550, and the punters were happy to chime in at that quote. But it was a lovely patient ride, perfectly executed there from Josh Parr. So rode the fence in the early part. That does seem to be the established pattern. You want to be on the fence early, and then coming into the straight, just peel a few off, and he rode that race perfectly. Just got in the back there of Dynamic One, and once he shifted off heels, she let down with a nice sprint. Good run from Dynamic One there, so there was some support for this galloper at longer odds, but Ella Hazel was a touch too classy. What Richard and the team do from here will be interesting to note. Does she now book her spot towards Queensland? In behind that, you've got Kenmar Bay, who's stuck on quite well, given how keenly he raced
10 and,
and Anderson.
10, 8, 7 and 4. So what happened? What happened is this. The largest dropper in class with an EW won. And then the 8 and 7. 4 came in third. 4 was anyway a bad odds. I have no words actually. If this is what they're going to do, then there's no use of anything else. Then that's the class dropper. 8. Again an EW with the largest pressure on. The lowest pressure. What is the odd like? Let's see. 9. All that is okay. All scratched. 14, 4, 11 and 10. 14, 4, 11 and 10. 14 is the favorite. Eleven, 10, 4. There's no reason for this to be favorite. If we look through this, then if this plays actually some good racing, then that's 60, 25. This is well within the rails. That's that. The largest drift is here, which is gate number 15, number 2. Okay, this is with one of the best jockeys. So that's the largest drift, which is the linear. Linear is here, which is gate number 3. It's a 51 by 35. This is 60 by 28. There's a linear which came up, huh? $48.22. It's not within the rails, but we have no information about this. Even the jockey is kind of weird. So that's the 3 which is here. 8 is here, which is a class dropper, probably the only class dropper in this this one, and with advantage. Benchmark 78, 62, 28, 22, 59 is this one. This is why I marked it. This is the lowest on the grade lines. So this is what we got that thing here also. The physics is, oh no, the physics is this one. This is not the physics. 13, which is an EW. There's a physics on this, 44.3. That's the lowest. 94, 44, 94. This is okay. This is okay. This is not out of the top notch, but comes from gate number 17. So that's a very weird expectation. 14 is the favorite. 12 is the lowest. Jockey is on 15, which is this. Linear is 3. 3. 51, 35. 95. It has this side of the range, I hope. Yeah, so that'll happen. So what happens? They're tailing. That's 10. And this is way out 15 to 11. This is the second linear. There's a second linear, which is the favorite, which is a 58 by 34. So this is 51 by 31. This is a 58 by 34. So 11 is better. 11 is 1. 8 is this. So now again this will get in. 11 is 1. This one is gate number 2. That's the class dropper. 11 is 58 by 34, which is better than this one. This is anyway exposed. 51 by 35, 34. Then we come down here, we have the 14, which is the favorite, 54 by 12. This is 58 by 34. 7. And that's the 12, 8. So it's either 14, 12 or 11 and 8. 11. It looks like again the same thing will happen. This will win. It's a class dropper. It has league races, group races, everything it has.
Keeping an eye on the market. This is a tough assignment for him. No real support, but I'm interested in the horse. Bertie?
Here's Tarps from the Scott Morrissey stable.
PC, I kind of, I hate this PC. I mean, if you, class dropper, okay, fair enough. When it is a class, I mean, how did we go to school, PC, when we failed or did not do good in studies? Did they give us easier books to read? No. We had to read the same book like anybody else. But here what they're doing is, the one that failed, They're giving it a easier book to read. I just don't like this what is going on. I mean, I am happy losing, but I don't like what is going on. This is a class dropper. You give him a hard time. It failed. Give him penalty. No, you're giving him advantage. You're actually putting the race in a dish and serving it to him.
Fourth here behind Southern Charm and a pretty strong Fillies and Mares benchmark 65. So I'd say a chance of running top four.
What about Diana's Affair, Kelly Schweeder and Robbie Dolph?
We had a couple of unplaced trials. Just watching this one.
And this is exactly what we had to match. And thank you for, sharing that drop-in class thing. I had to match it with you. Yesterday we were talking about it. You were not there, PC. And,
Alrighty, Restonica, still your.
so how exactly it is working? It is by the books. It is working like that. That they're bringing in drop-in class,
Giggles tried really well, and the expectation was
giving it all the advantages in the world and making it win. That's all that they're doing.
good. Still number 11, but I'm just hoping, banking on things working out okay for her today, and she wins second up. She's a 3-go second up before for 2 wins. And I think she's at a decent price. Bet each way.
I'm out. I'm not going to play this.
The $5.50. The Gambling Greek number 8. Anything doing with him in the market? 16 out to 18, back to 17. I just think that he put in an ordinary one, and that's usually unlike him. It's usually pretty reliable. So
I was shocked to find himself back in
11.
Yeah. He's got the same.
11 is probably the best one, PC.
Yeah, he worked to below.
11 is probably the best one.
Silly price, perhaps. Looks like punters have sacked him off one.
They have.
Is the second linear?
Just liking the way this
It's competitive. It's better.
And then number 11, Cartwheels. You mentioned support earlier, and
11 is a class drop.
460 at one point. The money's dried up, back to $6, but that is a significant move midway through betting 7 to 460.
I'm playing a roughie on an each way basis.
Yeah, probably.
Boondocks for trainer David
54 by
Van Dyke.
31, so obviously.
In Queensland, was a Sandown winner 4 starts ago. It was sort of mixed in the benchmark 64 to no met sort of grade. So well placed.
No, that's
in a class 4.
58 by 78.
A little bit further, obviously, but generally when these sorts of.
But 8, I'm sure, is a class dropper. PC 8.
Always really well fresh, so I'm banking on him doing that. Hopefully getting home over the top of a few and at least running a place here at a big price. So 6 to be 2, Give Giggles, 3 Restonica definitely, and 7 Tarps.
What about 8 PC?
Or indeed a few others. All right, Anthony, it's over to you.
Okay, pretty open. So Poseidon rule of favourite 460. In fact, let's start again. Restonica favourite $3.50 on tap fixed odds. I've got the wrong race. $3.50 about Restonica. And it's probably been the best bet. Yeah, we sort of bet $3.90 earlier on. Give Giggles 4 out to 5. Cartwheels at $6. Older Finito at $8 and Party Spirits at 11. So Restonica is the most popular runner here. Holding about a third of all money, but give Giggles, despite being $4 to $5, we are pushing it, and it's the second most popular, but pretty open race this one, Bernie. Final horses loading there. Let's get to David.
Where does he map in the run 5? Where does she map in the run at $5? At Cartwheels, there was good money about 25 minutes ago. That money has dried up now. It's almost getting back to where...
No, is it a class dropper?
But there was...
Is it a class dropper, PC? 8?
Right through the day. Yeah, the single figure runners. Restonica and Cartwheels, the 2 better back runners, the last 2 to move in. And now we're set for the 7 handicap, race 8. 13 to break from the gates. Red light turned on. All set. Racing. Good start. Rostonica, though, only moderately away. Second or third last at the jump. Tarps of the Gambling Greek fast to go. And both want to lead in the early stages. Third away, Stanislaus. Party Spirit in fourth. Then in Daza, followed by Rostonica on the improved to midfield and suited by the speed. They're followed then by Oberoi Princess. She can't get on the action. 3 deep midfield. Give Giggles with the field spread out. Gets in, gets cover in a good spot. But Aldefino Boondocks. Pass on first. Cartwheels are bitted off them. And Diana's Affair is last. Well, this pair are playing cutthroat out in front. Tarps the outside. The Gambling Greek the inside. 9 have relented. Party Spirit in third. Stanislaus fourth. Then in Darza Rostonica, lying 6th on the rail as they approach the turn. Give Giggles right with it, about to manoeuvre into the clear. And wider was Aldefino on straightening. The Gambling Greek Tarps have gone hard. Party Spirit pounced on them. Rostonica looking for a run. Here are some sweepers.
What?
Aldefino right down the outside.
Well, we'll talk about it some other day.
Aldefino finishing like a shot out of a gun. Party Spirit just in front. Grabbed down by Aldefino. Put the head in front and won. Aldefino from Party Spirit. Give Giggles and Rostonica.
328, 9, 11 is good.
Further back was Hasson first, and then came Cartwheels, Oberoi Princess, Boondock, Stanislaus. But gee, hard to believe that the Gambling Greek and Tufts rate second last and last, but they did.
Shock horror with that. Aldefino, like the tempo was just ridiculous, wasn't it? And Aldefino sat off at curling the mo, now trained by Matt Hoysted, and has been able to get up and score. Callow bringing this one down the outside. Party Spirit was good today. She likes to get up there, find the inside. She's given a really good kick, but this had the revs up, full head of steam up, as we can see on the outside. Give Giggles good. She was climbing up.
So here is what I am trying to what is happening here. So you see what's the FR is. This is the accuracy, and let's take it as rating now. How it is being derived is through the weights that it has carried in last 3 races and the lengths that it has covered. So that's how it is being derived. All right. And on this side, what we're doing is we are doing the let's say it ran second, or it ran first or second. You know, we are using that as a metric to understand where it stands depending on this. So 60 by 60, it doesn't look like it fell. It stands there. All right. It looks like it stands there. Now we look at the advantage side, which is apart from this one, that's the lowest. Okay. That's the lowest. And I mean, 59 has 6. We've got that 8. All right. That's 59. That's 6. Now here it is working as an advantage because there's an advantage working because of the gates, because of the weights, all that they're carrying. So there's an advantage which is carrying, which is not here, but that is a good horse. The 10 is a good horse. All right. It is within the rails. It is all within the rails. It has been given advantage. The linear lacks physics, so it's not in a winning position, but it will definitely get there in some way or form because it's a linear. But it's exposed. It is not like one of those 326, 350. It is not like that. So that's gate number 10. This is gate number 8, the lowest pressure. On a 59. This is not a class drop or anything. The 12, the 11 is gate number 1, which is practically the best horse here. The 58, 34. This is 35. All that is going on. 14 has management, but that I don't understand. How will 14 win? This is. I mean, God knows what they're doing. That's 8 and 7 here. 14 is the favorite. 12 has the lowest weight on 59. This is 60 by 28. It's a brilliant horse, the 10. There's no drop, nothing. It stays equal. This one climbed 112. but it's a neutral. Maybe. And if I look through the DICR, then that comes on top. Then the 2, which is the one which is the largest outer drift, the 12, 15, and those are extreme gates. Let's see a 12. Let's play a 12.
It did go nicely. Just couldn't keep up at all in the early and middle stages. But El Defito takes out the 4th at 7:30, 280. It's 5,
Resistance
2,
12.
and 3. Anthony?
I butchered it when I was reading out the market.
Check the 12 if the 12 doesn't get tailed.
32.8. No one for Callow. That's a double for Callow today. And he's going enormous. Defeats Party Spirit, Give Giggles, and Rostonica. One to come from Ipswich, one to come from Kensington as well. We're 10 minutes away from their last. Sydney Bowler 380, Furious 550, Pippi Beach $6, and Bright Red 650. Let's get to the team on track.
Okay, Anthony, final race here this afternoon. We'll kick it off with horse number 1, headed by Jason McMurray, claiming 3 for Michael Friedman.
He led here 2 weeks ago, just felt a pinch late. So he was 5 weeks between runs, and I think that told that last little bit, particularly the last 100 metres. So only beaten a few lengths by Thunderlips and did start single figure odds. So he'll carve across again, he'll make his own luck. And I think he'll give some cheek here. Surprised that the market's been against him to this point.
From the yard, I would completely agree with you, Brad. I mean, he ticks plenty of boxes. He doesn't look sore or sorry from all the runs that he has had. He looks like he's come through them really well. A good amount of muscle on him, and he's parading nicely.
2, Osman, and a roper for Mac Griffith.
He's back to Benchmark Company after 2 runs in the Musselbrook Cup and then the Tamworth Cup. He wasn't beaten all that far. He did win the Mudgee Cup 4 back, so he's been on a bit of a Cup's warpath this campaign. He probably should have won a midweek race at Warwick Farm prior to that. So I think he'll run a little bit better than his odds suggest. It's a bit of a tricky gate, but he does have gate speed if they want to use it.
He has a lovely rich colour running through his coat. He's definitely got more bone. He's a thicker type than some of the others here. I don't know whether that indicates that maybe he's a little bit tougher to get fit, but he looks to be fit enough.
Ascot is horse number 3, Doug Gorrell and Billy Owen.
Another one coming through that Thunderlips form reference. Ran well, got into a tricky spot for an inside draw, shuffled back, raced tight in the straight, and was forced to sprint underneath her rival. So not beaten far. I think the run was a touch better than the form guide does suggest. We know wetter the better for her. She loves getting her toe in the ground and drawn where she's drawn. She should find the fence-in run at some point, which does look an advantage.
She's having a good look around here. Parade-wise, looks nice. She's a lovely, big, solid type. She's got the muscle definition despite being a stronger type. She's turning a little bit underneath the girth, but she's not getting warm between the legs.
4 is Furious. This is our second elect at this stage. Nasharilla to ride for Team Hawks.
Yeah, another open race, isn't it? So there was money for him first up at Randwick. That was in Saturday Company. He didn't win, but he still ran really well behind Step Aside. He was pinned away towards the inside. He's a horse that has won up out to a mile, so the step out to 1,400 metres looks to suit. He actually broke his maiden over the Kenzo 1,400 metres.
He's a nice type. There's absolutely no knocking him in the yard, that's for sure. He's walking around. He's calm. He's collected. There's nothing negative I could say about him.
Margie's Boy 5, Peter Gelagodis and Jay Ford.
At least another one, wetter the better for him, so he probably would have liked to have seen a touch more rain around and maybe a track downgrade as opposed to it getting better. But he comes through that same race as Furious. There wasn't all that much between them, despite him jumping at $61. So he does mix his form a touch, but he is 3 from 3 on heavy ground.
He parades a lot better than what his form reads on paper. I was not expecting this horse to have so many dapples running through his coat, to look so well balanced. He's got a lovely deep chest on him. He's got a little march on. He's having a play with the bit, which indicates that he's pretty keen to be getting on with the job.
6 and 7 out, 8 Queen of Dragons, Tim Clark, Peter Snowden.
Sheep 2 comes through that Thunderlips race. We'll give her a pass mark. She was beaten 3.5 lengths, but look to have her chance to finish closer. 60 weeks now since her last win, so just happy to watch and learn again with her.
She's a nice type, but I'm actually interested to
60
see what she
weeks.
does as she gets throughout the preparation. I think she's definitely got talent.
Next runner, 10, Bright Red, Tommy Berry, Chris Waller.
She's not a noted first-up horse, but she's never returned over 1,400 metres, so that suggests that maybe she's a touch more forward than she has been in the past. She was a recent Rosehill trial, and that was quite impressive. I love the way she ran through the line there to run second under a hold. So 7 placings from past 8 starts, all three wins out to the mile. So that suggests probably not today, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her surging late.
She does look to be forward enough first up. However, I do think that there is a little bit of improvement to come. So perhaps one for the Black Book next time.
Pippi Beach is her stablemate, the 11, Karen McAvoy.
2 best wins of her career have come on soft and heavy ground, so that's a tick for her. We know she loves it. The gamble is whether she's fit enough first up, but not surprised there's been money for her, particularly in the last 10 minutes or so, given she has drawn barrier 1. So should get fence in run, needs to peel to the right part of the track thereafter, but she's going to get the right scenario here. So the inside draw is a positive for her now.
Well, she's going against the stereotype of a chestnut mare because she seems to be chill as. She definitely isn't getting up and about or silly at all. She's just wandering along. She seems to be a really lovely natured horse.
Powerful Peg at the 12, Chris Lee's Ben Osman.
Pass mark for her first up, Randwick. That was behind Memoria. I would have liked to have seen her attack the line a touch better, but she'll come on from that and did start single figure right. Just been a little while since we've seen the very best of Powerful Peg for some time.
Well, come on, she certainly has, because she's walking around here with plenty of muscles popping out. She's getting the dapples ever so slightly come through over her hind. I would say that she, again, is another runner who parades better than what her form reads on paper.
Forecaster, Paul Perry, Rachel King.
Led a midway first up, knocked up to be beaten 5 lengths past 2 campaigns. He has taken a few runs to find his best form. So off what we saw a month ago, it might be the same this time in. I'm inclined to see him again, but a wet track holds no fears.
There's no knocking him. I actually noticed that his strapper was singing along to him as they were walking around there, and they seem to be pretty happy wandering around together.
And our final runner is the favourite, Sydney bowler, Jace McDonald and John O'Shea, Tom Charlton.
Pretty firm in betting. That market indicates that he is ready to fire now. So just a little bit ring rusty in his first couple of runs back, which is fair enough, given he was 59 weeks on the sidelines prior. So he's working nicely into his campaign, improving with each run. Didn't get a lot of luck behind Thunderlips last start. You could probably make a case that he should have been fighting out the finish. So he's likely to settle somewhere midfield and will need the breaks at the right time, but he's very much ready to win.
Oh, I hope he gets them because he parades impeccably. There isn't a single thing that I could say negative about him. He's marching along. He's got the dapples coming through. He's fit. Yeah, really nice from the yard.
Okay, jockey's about to be legged aboard for the final race this afternoon. Michael Hawkes is with me. Furious, he must have been happy with his first up run.
Yeah, it was a great run first up. Probably a little bit stiff and just needed a bit of luck on the day. But look, today, if anything, probably the Kensington track worries me a little bit. But the horse is great. He looks good. It's the right race, second up. He's fit. He's well. Can't fault.
How do you ride?
Look, bit of a tricky one. As always, it's up to the jockeys and just let the horse get in the rhythm. But Nash rode him last start, obviously first up, so he knows the horse. But hopefully he can just jump, get in a lovely spot, into the race to get home, and he's not too far away.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, who have you chosen for the last race?
A bit of a cop-out to picking a horse that is quite well backed in the market, but it is Sydney Bowler on top for me. There are a couple of horses that paraded nicely, but Sydney Bowler, I just couldn't knock this horse in any way, shape or form. The coat looks good. He looks like he's come through the runs really well. I think he's very much ready to be getting the job done here.
Late mail numbers 4, 14, 1 and 5. Another race where you can go a number of different ways. I'm going to stick with Furious. He is a touch easy. I imagine that is due to him probably unlikely to find the fence in run here in the early stages, which obviously looks at a big advantage of what we've seen the past couple. So I do like that he comes back from Saturday grade. That's normally a terrific profile when finding it midweek winners. He's more than enough there behind Step Aside, and I guess now you're getting $7 to find out. Dangers, Sydney Bowler has to be among them. He's rock solid as a $3.70 favourite. He does look ready to win. He was the pick of them coming through that Thunderlips form reference last start where he didn't get a lot of luck. So shouldn't have any excuses now. He should be hard fit and ready to rumble. One edited by. Not surprised there has been some support for him. Did touch $10 there briefly. Now back into $8.50. He has drawn wide, but I don't think there's a lot of pressure, at least drawn inside him. He might have a few mates coming across from the outside of him. but he shouldn't have too much trouble strolling across and potentially finding the front here. And if he gets a breather, he'll be hard enough to put down. There's another one coming through that Thunderlips form reference where he just blew out that last little bit. Given he was 5 weeks between runs, we can forgive him that. And Margie's Boy, thought with a wet track today, it could potentially be the improver, coming through that same form reference as that step aside form reference, that same one as Furious. But given how this track has played and where he's drawn, it might be a touch tricky for him. Hence why he's been a little bit easy that last 5 minutes or so. But 4, 14, 1 and 5. Sydney Bowler, now $3.50 in the get out, Anthony.
Been quite popular. $4 earlier, now $3.50. Holds about a third of all bets, about 35% of all money has been on Sydney Bowler. Pippi Beach at 5, Bright Red 7, Furious 7, edited by $8.50. And Asgarda, they've continued to chip away at this. As much as $17 was about sort of 12 or 13 when you did your preview. Got into as short as 11, back to $12. And the worst result from a tab point of view, she loves wet ground, and there's been good money for her at longer odds. But Sydney Bowler just went $3.50 to $3.30, so very good push for this last favourite. How's the day been overall, Shenny?
It's been a good day, Anne, actually. The weather's been beautiful. As for the track, well, they've won on every part of it, haven't they? So, haven't they? We haven't seen a real bias. They've been winning up the inside, through the middle, down the outside. So, it's been a very mixed day. But overall, I think we've seen a few nice horses, and there are definitely a few to follow that we're getting back and running on. So, we're just waiting for a few more to load here, including Furious, who is yet to move in, likewise Pippi Beach. Actually, I don't think they've started the loading process. Also, they haven't started the loading process. Brad, I might ask you about the speed in the race. How do you think it is? How do you think you see it at this point?
Yeah, I do think it's from a lot of the wide draws. I think Edited By comes across and takes it up, but outside of Edited By, you've got the likes of Osman, who I do think has to carve across. Forecast is another horse with good speed. We saw him lead Midway Company last start, but underneath those, I think there will be some urgency for a lot of these jockeys to hold a prominent position towards the inside, particularly with Pippi Beach drawn barrier 1. She's not a noted leader, but she'll want to hold a position. Ascot probably wants to get a position on the fence not too far away. The same with Queen of Dragons. So that might just result in a little bit more pressure than we originally saw with this map.
Okay, let's head to Darren. This is the final race on what was a big card here on Kensington Track this afternoon. Here's Darren.
3:10 the call now. Sydney Bowler. We'll see if he can bounce back today. A lot of confidence in the market for him, Sydney Bowler. Now has Garter about to move in.
2 will not win. It is a drift.
Ditto for Furious.
Tommy Berry in last.
Getting a towel down the Furious. This is
2 will not win. It's a drift, probably a place, second or third. I'm on coffee.
Powerful peg to move in as well. For the last of 9 races, Hawkesbury on tomorrow, and
I'm going to go with
Carnival
a 12. Let's see what happens.
Big field for both days there at Scone. 2 out, Powerful Peg and Forecaster. So they're just about right now. For the last of this 9 race card, the Vinny 3-time champion sire, and there's the light. Ready to go now. Just waiting for the all clear in the gates. Set now. And they're off and racing. Pretty good line out overall. Powerful Pegs jump well with Forecaster and Edited By.
Run, baby.
Right up on the speed.
Run. There is no looking back, just a run.
They're followed by Osman out deep. Queen of Dragons is plonked down at the rails. They're followed further back then by Sydney Bowler, Margie's Boy.
13 is the grey.
Furious.
You are in good hands, baby. Just don't give it up.
Grab leaders back on the fence third. Half the outside to Osman. Now Bright Red is 3 back on the paint. Margie's Boy in a 3 wide path. Sydney Bowler Park between them. Further back to Furious in the 3 wide line. Queen of Dragons being shuffled back from Pippi Beach, and as Garter is the last one. 600 to go. Forecaster a half in front to Edited By. Then Powerful Peg from Osman. Margie's Boy doing it tough. Furious even wider as they turn. Now Bright Red's
Now run.
up on the inside, looking to push into the clear.
Now run, baby.
Sydney Bowler made contact there, and right down the outside is Furious. 300 to go. Furious is letting rip with a big run, very wide out. Edited by just off the fence, being tackled by Furious, and Peppy Beach is coming through. It's Furious in front. Peppy Beach is starting to rope it in.
11.
Peppy Beach and Furious slogging it out in the last. Peppy Beach and Furious, nothing in this.
11.
In front. Peppy's won it. Peppy Beach a short half head to Furious. A gap back to Queen of Dragons third. Then Margie's Boy from Edited by Nasgada. Next in was Bright Red Sydney Bowler. They made contact early in the straight. The forecaster just in front of them.
PC boom.
One of the last ones to finish.
Go, but I'm going to lean towards the inside here with Chippy Beach, Karen McElroy, and Bruce Waller combining. Darren
11.
on the inside, defeating Furious, who looked the winner halfway up the straight. Back in the third.
11 was the best one.
Which was Queen of Dragons and 5. No, sorry.
Here's what happened. 11 was a 53-34. So this was actual racing. This one was actual racing. 58-34. The 4 was a 48-21. See, here the advantage did not work because this was actual racing. This actual racing, this is how it should be. 21-48, but that was a neutral. It cannot win. It did a brilliant job actually. But 11 was with a very good jockey. And that was the 58 by 34, the 60 by 28, 34, 31, 35. 3 might have come in some way or the other. $11, 4, 8, and 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is it for today. Big run, PC. That was a brilliant horse. That was a brilliant one. That was a brilliant one. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. We had 9 races today here at Randwick, Kensington. That was the last one. I'm going to be racing back again on Friday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me and we will race together, do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there. PC, thank you, my friend. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jerry, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining and supporting this channel. Thank you so much for being there. Lee, my friend, we will meet again on Friday. Thank you for being there. Thank you so much, Lee. I think that is it. I'll see you on Friday, gentlemen. Till then, have a great day. Bye-bye.